Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, good morning. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. This is a continuing time of jury trial. The state's still in its case in chief at this time. When we concluded yesterday, we finished with a witness. The court would note that I've been advised all the jurors are again present today and all have completed their juror affirmation. Is that correct, Mr. Bailiff?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for that information. Apologies for the late start this morning. I was meeting with counsel in chambers discussing some scheduling issues and other matters that came up, which we'll take up later today. I'll note on the record that the prosecution is here, all present. The defense as well as the defendant are present as well. And I believe we're ready to have the jurors brought in and have the state call its next witness. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, we'll have the jurors brought in then and we'll have a next witness.
All right, please. Jury's out, President County, for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. The case in chief is continuing by the state. The jurors are all present, accounted for, and properly seated. To the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you again for your continued service in this case and for all completing your juror affirmation this morning. We very much appreciate your continued compliance with the admonishments given each day when you go home. With that in mind, I believe the state's got another witness they're prepared to call at this time. Who will be examining the witness?
I will be, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Blake, who will your next witness be?
Detective Nathan Moffett.
All right, thank you. All right, Detective Moffat, before we get started, I just wanted to inquire, have you in any way viewed any of the trial testimony while this case has been proceeding?
No, sir.
All right, not through any internet viewing, reading anywhere, watching any videos of the trial?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you for your response. I'll just let you know while you're on the stand, of course, we're making a record of the proceedings with the court reporter, so please answer all questions verbally. Also try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone that's asking you a question so the record stays clear. With those rules in mind then, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sergeant Nathan Moffat, M-O, F as in Frank, F as in Frank, A, T as in Tom.
Where are you currently employed?
The Chandler Police Department in Arizona.
How long have you been employed with them?
I've been with Chandler Police Department for about 21 years.
And your current title is Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you held other positions within the department?
I have.
And what are some of those positions?
So I spent, obviously, started as an officer with a previous agency, but when I came to Chandler, I spent about 5 years on patrol, and then I went to criminal investigations as a detective where I was there for about 14 and a half years prior to getting promoted to sergeant.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes. In 1999, I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy and graduated and became a sworn police officer.
And since then, have you attended additional training as a detective?
I have.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall responding to the report of a shooting?
I did. Yeah, I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to just make sure the record's clear. I've objected to this witness previously under Rule 404B of the Idaho Rules of Evidence that anything that happened in Arizona is not relevant for this proceeding in Idaho.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. The court notes the continuing objection to evidence relating to what occurred in Arizona. The court previously made a ruling on that issue in February, and for the reasons incorporated in that ruling, I'll overrule this objection, noting the jurors have been previously also instructed about the limiting nature of this evidence and will be instructed also before their deliberations with an explicit instruction describing how this evidence could be considered. So with that, the objection's overruled, and Ms. Blake, you can continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Moffat, are you aware of who reported that shooting?
Yeah, a 911 call came in from the residence from Alex Cox.
Do you recall where you responded to?
Yeah, it was 5531. The street numbers or the streets escaping me.
South Four Peaks Drive?
Yes, South Four Peaks Drive. I'm sorry.
And that was in Chandler, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were other officers already present?
Yeah, patrol officers were already on scene when I arrived there.
And is that fairly common to have patrol officers there before detectives?
Yeah, very common.
When you arrived, did you take on a specific role with regards to the investigation?
Yeah, I was assigned role as the case agent.
And is that common practice?
Yes, yeah. On every case like this, we have a case agent and a scene agent.
As the case agent, did you walk through the scene?
I did. I was briefly briefed by patrol, for their initial investigation or their initial interviews, kind of what they had at the time. I briefly walked through the scene and then I responded back to the station.
When you were on scene, do you recall seeing Ms. Vallow or Lori Vallow present?
I did not see Lori present.
Did you see Alex Cox present?
I did.
Did you speak with him on scene?
I did not.
Did you observe Charles Vallow?
I did.
And what did you observe about Charles Vallow?
When I briefly walked into the residence, Charles was deceased on the living room floor.
Did you end up conducting an interview with Alex Cox?
I did, yeah, back at our station.
Is that common to interview individuals back at the station?
Yes.
Did Alex, in fact, participate in the interview?
He did.
Did Alex tell you why he was there that morning?
Yeah, in his interview, he told me that he had spent the night at Lori's house because they planned on doing something the next day.
So he would have spent the night of the 10th?
Yes, the 10th into the 11th. Yes, ma'am.
And did he tell you what happened with regard to Charles getting shot?
Yeah, when we started talking about it, he said that Charles and Lori were in an argument inside the house, and he was back in a bedroom, and he could hear Lori and Charles arguing, and Lori came into his room, and he basically said he intervened between Lori and Charles.
Did he indicate if he knew what the fight or what the disagreement was about?
No, he just said they were arguing.
Did he indicate that he ever saw Charles put hands on Lori?
No.
And did he indicate that he did not see that?
Yeah, he indicated they did not get physical. He never saw it get physical. It was just an argument with Charles following Lori through the house.
Did he say anything about Tylee?
Yeah, he said that when the argument had worked its way into the bedroom where he was at, Lori basically circled around behind him, and he got between Lori and Charles. And he said that Lori came back around him and made her way into the living room or into the kitchen. The living room and the kitchen were divided by a wall, and that at that point in time, Tylee came out of her room when Lori was back in the kitchen.
Did he tell you why or how he ended up shooting Charles?
Yeah, he said that when Tylee came out of her bedroom, Tylee came out of the bedroom with a bat and was basically trying to protect what he was saying is protect her mother, and that at one point in time, Tylee took the bat and kind of poked it out at him. He said at that time, Charles took the bat, and then there was an argument over the bat, and at some point in time, he said he got struck. He, being Alex, got struck by Charles with the bat in the back of his head.
So he described Tylee as having the bat towards Charles pointed out at him?
Yeah, he kind of demonstrated poking it out towards him.
And that Charles had then grabbed a hold of the bat from Tylee?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe any injury to Alex consistent with being hit with a baseball bat?
I observed a small laceration on the back of his head. It was a laceration, but it wasn't consistent with being hit extremely hard in the back of the head with a baseball bat by an athletic man.
And have you responded out to battery cases where people have been hit by objects?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it consistent with what you've seen before?
Not with a violent strike.
What did Alex indicate he had done after he shot Charles?
So Alex basically says that the argument happens, he gets hit in the head with a bat, and he goes back to his room and retrieves a gun. And that he came back out into the living room to confront Charles because he was still in the house with the bat. Alex says he told Charles to drop the bat. Charles said, "What are you going to do about it?" And at that point, Alex says he came at him, and then Charles shot him.
You said Charles shot him.
I'm sorry, Alex shot Charles.
And Alex claims Charles came at Alex.
Yes.
And at that point, did Alex tell you how many times he had shot Charles?
He said he was not sure, but he said it was more than once.
Did he tell you where he thought he had shot him on Charles' person?
Yeah, he said center mass, so the torso area.
Did you ultimately determine that Charles had been shot center mass?
Yes, Charles had 2 gunshot wounds, one to the chest, one to the lower abdomen.
And after Alex had shot Charles, did he tell you what he then did?
Yeah, after he shot Charles, he said he walked into the kitchen, washed his hands, because he said he had blood on his hands from his head, and then walked back into his bedroom, set the gun down, and then called 911.
Did he tell you anything about where Lori and Tylee were when he shot Charles?
He said he didn't know. He didn't know where they were at.
Did he indicate that they were in the room with him?
I asked a couple different ways, and he just said, "I don't know where they were at at the time of the shooting."
Did Alex indicate anything to you with regard to performing life-saving measures?
I asked if he performed CPR because when he called 911, they asked him to, and he said he had.
Did you ask Alex if he was there to help Lori?
I did. So when I was conducting my interview with Alex, we took a break for a minute. I stepped out because Detective Inclin was interviewing Lori and Tylee, and when I talked quickly to Detective Inclin, who said that Lori asked Alex to stay the night at the house because he was there because she wanted him to be there to protect him from Charles. And so I went back in and asked Alex, actually on more than one occasion, if he had been there, in fact, to protect Lori from Charles, and he adamantly said no. He said multiple times that's not the case.
But Lori had indicated that he had stayed there to protect her.
Yeah, according to Detective Inclin, that's what Lori said.
Did you ask Alex if he had called anyone else before he called 911?
I did. When I was briefed by Detective Inclin about what her interviews kind of had revealed, she told me that Lori told her.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Sustained.
Is it common that as the case agent you speak with other detectives?
Yes.
And do you speak with other detectives about the portions of the investigation that they are conducting?
Yes.
And did you in fact speak with Detective Inclin regarding what she had learned from an interview with Miss Vallow?
I did.
Based on what she had learned from the interview, did you ask Alex whether or not he had called anyone?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said he had not.
Was it your understanding that that was inconsistent with what Lori had stated?
It was.
I'll object. The only way he can answer that is based upon hearsay.
And Your Honor, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter.
If it's not the truth, then it's not relevant.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you at some point make additional observations of the scene?
I did.
And did you specifically make observations regarding the scene where Charles was found?
I did, yes.
What observations did you make?
When we were back at the house after we completed our interviews, Detective Coons was processing the scene. I was present while they were processing the scene for evidence. We learned that there was in fact 2 gunshot wounds to Charles. One of the wounds, the exit or the trajectory was down, and we pulled that projectile.
And I'm going to object, Your Honor. This testimony is based upon hearsay. He learned it from someone else.
Your Honor, I believe he's talking about his observations of the scene. I think there were other detectives there that he's referencing, if I could clarify that.
If you'll clarify, I didn't see the hearsay in that. Go ahead and clarify, Ms. Blake, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Moffitt, did you go back and make observations at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And were there other detectives present when you were making the observations?
There were.
And so I think you were talking about looking at the exit wound.
Yeah, so
tell us what you observed.
We were looking at basically the evidence at the residence. As I was saying, there was one bullet strike that landed in the baseboard. And then there was another bullet strike under Charles's body.
And did you notice bullet strikes anywhere else in the residence?
No, besides those 2, there were none.
The bullet strike under his body, did that lead you to believe anything regarding the position of Charles' body when he was shot?
Yeah, the bullets.
I'll object, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor, I think he can answer what he believed.
I think a little additional foundation would be necessary in regards to training before he could give that opinion.
How long?
Sustain the objection on those grounds for now.
How long were you a homicide detective?
I did 11 and a half years in homicide and 3 years in family crimes before that.
Have you responded out to gunshots before?
Yes, several.
Have you observed bodies that have been shot before?
Several.
Have you done trainings on bullet wounds, things of that nature?
I have. I'm currently assigned to the executive board of directors for the Arizona Homicide Investigators Association. Have been for 11 years. We conduct about 100 hours of training a year. So I have hundreds and hundreds of hours of training in homicide and related items.
And based on your training and experience, based on that mark in the floor, where did you believe Charles' body was when he was shot?
Yeah, my observations from where Charles was shot, especially when we rolled him and saw the strike underneath him, is the wound to his abdomen was what is called a shored gunshot wound. So the wound to his abdomen traveled through his abdomen and out of his shoulder and was consistent with Charles being flat on the floor when that projectile exited his body out of his shoulder.
And was that consistent with what Alex Cox reported?
It was not.
Were you involved in transporting Lori Vallow back to the residence?
I was.
Did you make observations of Lori on the way back?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I'll object, Your Honor. Relevance.
That's overruled.
So Detective Inklin and I transported Tylee, Lori, and Alex back from the station to the residence while we were still processing the scene, so they could get a car and go somewhere else, or stay on scene outside of the scene, or stay at the residence outside of the scene. So Detective Inklin was driving. Tylee was in the front seat. We were in a minivan, so I was in the far back of the minivan, and Lori and Alex were sitting basically in the middle row. The ride back from the station was bizarre, to say the least. It was very lighthearted, very just conversationalist. It was, like I said, it was very different, but bizarre.
At some point, did you, in your well, let me ask this. Did you continue as the case agent?
I did.
At some point, did you switch and you were no longer the case agent?
Yeah, once I was promoted to sergeant in June of 2020, I was no longer assigned to homicide, and it needed to stay with the homicide detectives as I was going back to patrol. So Detective Duncan took over as case agent for me.
So, and that was based on your promotion?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Duncan had been involved from the initial part of the investigation?
He had since the day of the incident.
And prior to you being switched as the case agent, did you learn anything with regard to an insurance policy?
I did on
I'll
July.
object, Your Honor, based upon hearsay.
I'll sustain that.
And Your Honor, I would indicate it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, but for what was done next in the investigation.
Well, I guess the objection's being sustained because it was a question of did he learn anything, and I didn't see a foundation of how he personally would have had that information unless it was revealed through hearsay of another, was the basis of, I think, the objection and how I ruled.
Let me have just a moment.
Yes.
Detective Moffitt, in your experience as a homicide detective, are finances oftentimes a motive for homicide?
They can be, yes.
And based on that, do you, as part of investigations, do you look into life insurance?
We do.
Did you, in fact, in this case, look into whether or not Charles Vallow had life insurance?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not he did have life insurance on himself?
He did. He had a $1 million policy.
At some point, did you learn who the beneficiary was?
I did.
And who is that?
Well, when I contacted the insurance company, there was some confusion because had been a recent change of who the beneficiary was. So initially, they weren't sure. It had been changed from Lori to Kay, Charles' sister, at a point in time a couple months prior to this event, and the legal department was reviewing the forms at the time.
Do you look into whether or not anyone attempts to make a claim shortly after someone's deceased?
Yes.
Did someone attempt to make a claim?
Yeah, and when I contacted the insurance company on
I'll
July...
object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Overruled. You can continue to answer.
Thank you, sir. On July 17th, I believe it was on or around July 17th, I contacted the insurance company, and Lori had tried to file a claim on that $1 million policy.
Did you learn whether or not that claim was paid out?
I later did, and it was not paid out to Lori.
Just one moment. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Let's see, Mr. Archibald, will you be conducting cross?
Your Honor, I've previously objected to this testimony as in its entirety, so I don't have any questions.
All right, that'll conclude then the testimony of the witness. May the witness be excused or released from any subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask that the witness be released.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you for your testimony this morning. You can be released. And the state can call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Sydney Woodbury Shank.
All right, before you inquire, Mr. Wood, I just have a question or two for the witness here. Prior to coming in today, have you observed any of the trial testimony in this case in any way?
No.
Okay, thanks for that response. In your examination here, we are making a court record, so please make verbal responses to any questions, and please try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you, so the record stays clear. With that in mind, then, Mr. Wood, you can inquire on direct.
Yes, my name is Sydney Shank. Schenk. I am 26 years old. I currently live in Arizona.
Sorry, I just realized the mic wasn't on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Do I need to repeat those questions, or do you have me on the record?
Did we get it on FDR? I think there's enough to pick it up on
Okay.
the FTR, Mr. Wood, and the reporter got it apparently.
All right. Was there ever a time that you lived in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
When was that?
It was back in 2019.
Okay. And what were you doing in Rexburg, Idaho?
I was attending BYU, Idaho.
Were you working at the time?
I was not.
Okay. Were you, excuse me, were you looking for work?
Yes, I was.
Okay. How were you going about doing that?
I had always nannied and babysat in the past, so I went on a website called care.com where you can place a job listing for nannying or cleaning services or senior care, like nursing stuff, and I had placed a listing to be a nanny.
Okay. Through that
Mr.
listing,
Wood, I want to make sure we get this. If you can kind of talk right into that mic, they're not
Yeah.
that sensitive, so we'll make sure to get all your testimony. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
through your listing on care.com, Did you ever meet a Lori Vallow?
I did. She had replied to my listing looking for help with her son, JJ.
Okay. So you met her through the listing. How did you communicate?
We had messaged through the app and then later continued talking through text messaging because it was easier.
Okay. So you exchanged numbers.
Yes.
Did you keep those messages?
I didn't.
Okay. After messaging with Miss Vallow, did you ever meet her?
I did. We had discussed a time for me to come kind of do an interview and see if I was a good fit for them. She had mentioned that JJ had some special needs and that he had autism, and so he required just extra help and wanted to make sure that I was a good fit.
Okay. When did you meet her?
I met with her on Wednesday, September 18th, 2019.
Okay. Where did you meet her?
I met with her at her townhome in Rexburg.
Okay. How did that interview go?
It went well. I arrived at her home and she greeted me warmly, gave me a hug, and introduced me to JJ and sort of told me about their life and that they had recently moved to Rexburg from Arizona, and that, JJ had some tendencies that he could get emotional easily, distracted, frustrated, and has trouble communicating with others, and that if you gave him a direct command and looked him in the eyes, that he would listen better.
Okay. While you were there, did she say anything about her husband, Charles Vallow?
She did. She had mentioned that he had just recently died of a heart attack, and that JJ was kind of having a hard time understanding what had happened.
Okay. So you testified that she told you about JJ and that he had some special needs. While you were there, did you see a teenage girl?
I did not.
Did she tell you anything about a daughter?
She did. She said she had a daughter that also lived in Rexburg and was attending college, and that sometimes she would come to visit them for dinner or to do laundry, but that her daughter didn't like to babysit without being paid, and that's why she needed me to come and help.
Okay. Through your interview, did she hire you to watch JJ?
Yes, she did. We had discussed a time for me to come the next day.
Okay. Really quickly, I'm going to take you back for just 1 second. When you spoke with her about her daughter, did she say which school her daughter was attending?
She did not.
Okay. Did she say college?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. So she hired you to watch JJ.
Yes.
Did you ever have a chance to watch JJ?
I did. The following day on the 19th, I went to their townhome after I had finished my school that day and watched him for a few hours while she had to go to the airport to pick up a friend.
Okay. Did she give you any special instructions for JJ that day?
Yeah, she did. She talked about kind of what to feed him, what things he likes to do for fun, that I could take him to go play at Gravity Factory, which is like a trampoline park, and that if she got home later, I could give him his medication that helps him fall asleep faster.
Okay. What do you remember about watching JJ that day?
I remember it went pretty well. He just played outside with the neighbor friends and kids for a while. I brought him in to feed him dinner, and then he went back out to play at their house. So I went back to her townhome and waited and kind of cleaned, and then I went to go pick him up, and JJ and his friend had gotten in some sort of dispute over not sharing toys, and so I had him come home. And when he came home, he was very upset and sad that his friend didn't want to play with him anymore. He got pretty angry and like threw the ottoman and threw like a chair, and I tried to calm him down best I could, but eventually he ran upstairs and just kind of wanted to be alone and hide. So I let him stay upstairs for a while and hoping that he would calm down, but he didn't.
Okay. Did you have any other contact with Lori Vallow that night?
I did. So when she came home, he was still pretty upset, and I kind of explained to her what had happened with the friend, and she calmed him down, and her brother was there, and her friend was there now, and she had paid me in cash, and we didn't really talk much about another time to babysit just because of the situation that happened with JJ, so she paid me and I left.
Okay. Did you believe that you would be watching JJ again?
Yes, it was sort of an unspoken knowledge that I was going to work full time, like that he would need nearly daily assistance and babysitting, so.
Did you have any further communications with Lori?
I did. So a few days had passed after that, and I had texted her wondering when I could come work again. And she responded that JJ had gone to his grandparents for a month, and that she was in Hawaii for a month, and that after that month had passed, I could message her again and talk about a time to come back and babysit.
So she said JJ was with his grandparents, and he would be for a month.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever try to contact Lori Vallow again?
I did. So that month had passed, and I reached out again, and she never communicated back with me again after that.
Okay. Did you ever see JJ Vallow after September 19th?
No, I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination?
So just briefly, to follow up, on September 18th when you met Lori at her home, was JJ also there?
Yes, he was.
And so you were able to observe his demeanor and his personality.
Yes.
And then when she was talking to you about him, and she was planning on having you work for her long term. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there a schedule like every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, a plan like that?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. And so it was just that you'd be called frequently as the need arose.
Yes.
And because you were a student, your schedule was flexible.
Yes.
And so you agreed to be able to provide assistance as the need arose.
Yes, that's correct.
Was it daytime, evening that you had time available?
It just depended on when my classes were. I don't remember the specific times.
Okay. And so this, the time that you spent with Lori and JJ on September 18th, you were given a lot of information about JJ so you could take care of him long term for like the next several months or a year. Was there talk about that?
There wasn't specific talk about long term, like a year, but I was, expecting at least the next several months to be able to work.
So you weren't planning on leaving town? You weren't graduating and leaving town right then that semester?
No, not for a couple years.
Okay. So with your talking with Lori, she was giving you information so that you could plan on how to take care of JJ long term.
Yes.
And with your knowledge of JJ's special needs, you agreed to that.
Yes, I did.
There was Lori didn't give you any indication, did she, that, hey, I'm just hiring you for this week and then never again?
No, she didn't.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Wood?
No, Your Honor, and this witness may be released from her subpoena.
All right. Any objection to the witness being released?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony this morning. You can be excused. The bailiffs will help you out of the courtroom. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. The state would call Josh Wilson.
And, Your Honor, Spencer Rammel for the state.
All right, before we get started with direct, I'll just inquire of the witness here. Have you observed or viewed any trial testimony in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you haven't watched any of the coverage of it where people testified, watched any online videos, or listened to any audio, anything like that?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you for that response. I'll just indicate as you're testifying, please make verbal responses so we keep our record clear, and please try to avoid speaking at the same time as any attorney questioning you. So if you'll keep that in mind, then Mr. Rammel, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wilson, can I have you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
David Joshua Wilson, Wilson.
And you go by Josh.
Correct.
Dr. Wilson, what is your current occupation?
I'm the principal at Kennedy Elementary in Rexburg, Idaho.
And how long have you been the principal at Kennedy Elementary?
For 4 years now.
Were you employed in that capacity in September of 2019?
Yes.
Dr. Wilson, as a part of your employment, do you oversee and have access to records involving students?
Yes.
Does this include weekly attendance records?
Yes.
Record of correspondence between parents of students and school employees?
Yes.
Did you review and provide documentation to law enforcement of a former student of Kennedy Elementary by the name of Joshua Jackson Vallow, or JJ Vallow?
I did.
Was he a student at Kennedy Elementary?
Yes.
Who was listed as a parent for JJ Vallow?
Lori Vallow.
Do you recall the dates when he was enrolled in the school?
September 3rd of 2019 through September 24th of 2019.
So we just talked about enrollment. Do you recall the last day he was physically present at the school?
If I remember correctly, it was the Friday, the 20th of September.
Did the school receive correspondence from Lori Vallow regarding his continued attendance at the school?
Yes.
Do you recall when that correspondence was received?
Around the 24th of September.
Okay. And do you recall the contents of that email?
Yes.
What were they?
She had indicated that that they were removing JJ from school, from Kennedy, and were sending him to Louisiana to be with grandparents.
And did you follow up with Ms. Vallow that day?
I did.
How did you do so?
I called her on the phone.
And do you recall what she said, if anything?
Yes. The conversation was that as soon as they got him enrolled in a school in Louisiana, that just have that school contact our school, and we would be happy to forward any records that we had on file to that school. She then indicated that they weren't going to enroll him in a school, that they were going to, in fact, homeschool, that there was a cousin with similar needs as JJ, and that so they weren't going to enroll in a school. And so I informed Ms. Vallow that whenever she re-enrolls him back into public school, just let us know. We would house the records and are available at any time that she needed.
Dr. Wilson, after that point, did any other school in Louisiana or otherwise request records of JJ Vallow?
No.
And again, you testified that this conversation was on September 24th, 2019.
Yes.
Was JJ Vallow present at school that day?
No.
The day prior, September 23rd, 2019, was he present at school that day?
No.
And was that day a Monday?
I believe so, yes.
So just to be clear, the last day that JJ Vallow was physically present at Kennedy School, or Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg, Idaho, was September 20th of 2019.
Correct.
Judge, that's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rammel. Cross-examination, Mr. Archibald.
It's Dr. Wilson.
Yes.
Okay. Were you present during the enrollment of JJ?
Yes.
And you remember meeting him?
Yes.
And did you have a program for special needs children?
We have, yes, we do.
And did you receive special funding for special needs children? Is that right?
Yes.
And so when you met JJ and Lori, enrolling him, was there ever any discussion, I just want to enroll him for 3 weeks and then I'm going to withdraw him?
No.
The discussion was enrolling him long term.
Correct.
That a term, a semester, a year, do you remember how long she was planning to have him there?
No, it was my understanding that they were enrolling and then going to be there for the long term.
Okay. And so when when you learned 3 weeks later that she was unenrolling him, did that surprise you?
Yes.
Okay. Because that was not what was initially talked about on September 3rd, 2019.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Judge, nothing based on that.
All right, with no redirect then, that will conclude your testimony. Dr. Wilson, any objection to him being excused or released from any subpoena?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for your testimony this morning. You can be escorted out of the courtroom by the bailiffs. State have another witness to call at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Wynn Hill.
All right, the witness sworn now. Before we commence with direct examination, I just have a few questions for you. Did you review any of the trial testimony prior to coming in this morning?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you haven't watched anything about coverage of the case involving any testimony of any other witnesses?
Nope.
Okay. With that in mind, then, I'll just ask that as you're answering questions, please talk right into that microphone so we make sure to pick your voice up. Please make verbal responses to any questions so we have a clear record, and try to avoid talking at the same time as any attorney that's questioning you. So with that in mind, Mr. Rammel, if you'd like to commence with your direct examination, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hill, can I have you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Wynn Hill, Hill.
Mr. Hill, where are you employed?
I'm employed at Brigham Young University, Idaho.
And how long have you worked at BYU Idaho?
Nearly 17 years.
And can you tell the jury where BYU Idaho is located?
Rexburg, Idaho.
Mr. Hill, what is your current role at BYU Idaho?
I'm the Dean of Students at BYU Idaho.
Does BYU Idaho use a student management system?
We do.
Are you familiar with its student management system?
Yeah, very familiar.
How so?
Well, I'm in the student life area, and in student life we have a management system that keeps track of our students, and it's connected to the larger school system as well.
And what information does your student management system hold?
Oh, everything, but things like application information, student directory information, educational records.
And Mr. Hill, does your system allow you to look up current students attending BYU Idaho?
It does.
Does your system allow you to look up past students that have previously attended BYU Idaho?
Yes.
Does your system allow you to look up individuals who have applied but are not yet attending or have been admitted to BYU Idaho?
Yes.
Did you check your student management system for a specific individual at the request of the Rexburg Police Department?
I did.
And was that in relation to a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
Who was that check for?
They asked me to check for Tylee Ryan, Tylee Cox, Tylee Vallows, date of birth of 9/24/02.
And do you recall when you did that check?
Yeah, it was February 28th of 2020.
And Mr. Hill, what was the result of that check?
Yeah, there was no indication of any application started or any information on it, any of those names.
So, Mr. Hill, to be clear for the jury, Tylee Ryan, date of birth 9/24/2002, has never applied to BYU Idaho and has never been a student at BYU Idaho?
Correct.
Judge, that's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rammel. Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That will conclude the testimony of this witness then.
And, Your Honor, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, any objection from the defense?
No objection.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thanks for your testimony this morning. The bailiff will escort you out. Could I have a brief sidebar with counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, I was just going to request that. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we just held a brief sidebar to discuss the morning's schedule. The witnesses have been moved through pretty quickly this morning. There's another witness that's not quite here on the way, and we've also got a matter that needs to be taken up outside the presence of the jury. So for those reasons, a little earlier than normal, we are going to take our mid-morning break at this time, and then once we've concluded with that other issue and the witnesses arrived, then we will recommence with testimony of the state's next witness. So if all would please rise for the jury, we'll take the afternoon or morning break. Thank you.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you. We're going back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624. We are in the mid-morning break. The jurors are not present at this time. I understand the state's got its next witness to call. It was brought to the court's attention that there may have been an issue with the exclusionary rule as it relates to this witness. I thought that was an issue that needed to be determined outside of the presence of the jury. So, Ms. Smith, first of all, is the next witness you're calling the witness that may have had an issue with that?
Yes, Your Honor, it's David Warwick.
Okay. My suggestion then is if you'd like to call the witness, we'll have the witness sworn, and then we'll go into the issue of whether or not the exclusionary rule has been violated in the case, and if so, what would be an appropriate response. I'll allow the defense to comment on that as well. So if you'd like to have your witness brought in and sworn, we can take it up in that approach.
Thank you, Your Honor. He's in the witness room.
All right. All right, Mr. Warwick, you've been sworn in this case and placed under oath. Before your testimony commences in front of the jury, there's an issue we need to take up. The court has previously issued an exclusionary rule in this case under Idaho Rule of Evidence 615, and the state, in good faith, I'll indicate, has brought to the court's attention there may have been some issue with that. So I'm going to permit some inquiry into that issue, allowing the state and the defense to lay a record of what may have occurred, and then the court will consider what should be an appropriate response after I've heard that testimony. So, Ms. Smith, without going into trial testimony, obviously, just on the issue of the court's exclusionary rule, if you'd like to inquire, I'll have you inquire, and then I'll allow cross from the defense, but only limited in scope as to whether or not the exclusionary rule is at issue in this case. So, Ms. Smith, with that in mind, you may ask your witness questions.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. And are you having any trouble hearing me?
No.
Okay. If at any time you have trouble hearing any of us, just let us know, okay?
Okay.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
David Dale Warwick, W-A-R-W-I-C-K.
Okay. And Mr. Warwick, are you married?
Yes.
And who are you married to?
Melanie Gibb.
Okay. How long have you guys been married?
About 2.25 years.
Okay. Do you remember when you got married?
December 12th, 2021.
Okay. And have you testified in this proceeding before?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say this proceeding, in this case involving Ms. Vallow before?
I don't think on this one, no.
Okay. On a previous case involving Ms. Vallow?
I thought those were with Chad. I
Okay.
don't remember seeing Chad, so I did this twice, and I saw Chad.
Okay. And then did you testify at a grand jury as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were given information from the prosecution staff about that the court has said you cannot view you cannot listen to trial testimony, right?
Right.
And you were given instructions that you can't discuss people's trial testimony with them, correct? All right. Did there come a situation where you listened to someone's trial testimony?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes. I came down with an illness about 2 weeks ago. And Melanie didn't want to be alone up here when she came to court. And I couldn't make it that day, so I was going to drive a couple of days later, but she ended up coming sooner. Anyway, so we stopped talking because she got here for 1 and 2. She was a little upset with me for not coming. And so I listened to 45 minutes of hers, but I was doing it to see how she was doing. And then 45 minutes into it, I remembered, and I shut it off.
Okay.
So I was just concerned for her and just seeing how she was doing, and I didn't have my presence of mind because I was playing Aquaman, frankly. I was breathing water, and it's just lost my presence of mind.
Okay. Because you've been sick and you're on medication.
I just got on antibiotics 2 days ago just so that I can come because I was not getting better.
Okay. So you understand that you were instructed not to do that, right?
Yes, and that's why I shut it off. I remembered, I listened to the first 45 minutes, and then I remembered, and I just shut it off.
Okay. Now, had you previously talked about this situation with your wife?
No, we haven't talked anything about the case. She lives in Arizona. I live in Utah.
Okay.
We have a distant relationship right now due to family needs. And so I knew she needed some time, so I just left her alone.
Okay.
And
is anything you listened to, did it affect what you're going to say in this trial at all?
No.
Okay. Did anything you heard from her testimony, anything the way she was treated, anything about that going to affect your ability to be truthful and candid in questioning?
No.
Any way it's going to affect what you have to say to this jury?
Not at all.
At this point, the state has nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for the inquiry. Either Mr. Thomas or Mr. Archibald, would you like to question the witness in regards to the issue of, again, narrow it to the scope of just the exclusionary rule, please?
Yeah. So after your wife's testimony, what did you two talk about?
We didn't talk about that at all. We didn't talk at all.
You haven't talked to your wife since last week?
Nope.
And that's normal for you two?
Nope.
So where is she right now?
She's at home working in Chandler, Arizona.
And how would you know that if you haven't talked to her?
It's because that's where she lives, and I know she works. And she took a week off to come, and she needed to go back. She couldn't take any more time.
So how do you know that she's not still here in Boise if you haven't talked to her?
Well, I got a text from her saying that she was done and she was going home.
Okay.
But we didn't talk. We didn't talk anything about the case.
All right.
She just told me that she's going home.
And so what did you learn from her testimony in the 45 minutes that you listened to it?
Nothing. I'll be honest with you, I was so sick. I was listening to her tones and how she was feeling, and there's nothing that stuck out to me at all. I really wasn't listening for anything,
And so you were listening for her tone of voice rather than what she actually said?
Yes.
And so how was her tone of voice?
She seemed somber.
Okay. And so that's what did you listen to the direct questions or the cross-examined questions?
No, nothing on cross-examination. It was all the first 45 minutes. Whatever the first 45 minutes was about.
And where would you have accessed that information?
YouTube.
So what other articles did you pull up on YouTube?
There were just a couple relating to Melanie. And then when the one had the court, and so that's where I listened to the 45 minutes, and then that's when I recalled and shut it off.
And who posted that on YouTube?
Trying to remember which one it was. It was either Hidden Crime or something like that, or East Idaho News. I don't remember. I remember seeing headings.
Okay.
But they're right next to each other, and I'm not sure which one I.
And so what was the heading that you clicked on?
Melanie Gibb testifies in court, something like that.
And did you have to fast forward through other information to get to Melanie's testimony?
No, it was just hers.
And did you read the comments about the article?
No.
Do you get the? Was this on your laptop or your cell phone?
Cell phone.
And did you download it?
No.
You just played it on YouTube?
Yes.
And did you do that have you done that in the past with other articles about this case?
In the past, yeah, I have in the past. Back, that was like a couple of years ago when we were dealing with stuff then.
Since you received your subpoena in this case, how many articles have you clicked on?
How many articles?
Yeah.
There was 2 on Melanie, and then there was one on Zulema and Alex back when they got married.
Okay. And those would have been articles posted by who? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I was just laying in bed or sitting in a rocker. Actually, I couldn't lay down, and I was just kind of trying to come up with the right word.
Okay. Is that where you get most?
I was just kind of surfing, just kind of doing my time until I got up, and then when I got 45 minutes into Melanie's testimony, then my presence of mind said, "Hey, you're not supposed to be doing this," and I shut it off. Okay. And I didn't pick it up again after that.
And the other articles that you accessed, was that also on YouTube or some other format?
Objection, vague. If we could get a time frame of when he's saying he accessed those other articles.
I agree. If we can know when this occurred, Mr. Archibald, that'll be helpful.
The question was, since you received your subpoena, you told me you had received some other, accessed some other articles, right? Did you remember?
Yeah, they were all that same time frame, that same day.
Oh, the same day that you listened to Melanie's?
Yes, I was just...
You accessed other articles?
I was checking on my wife, just trying to find things on her. And then when I saw the court, I listened to that one.
Okay.
And then while she was testifying, that's when the consciousness set in and said, "You're not supposed to be doing this." And I remembered the order.
Okay. And so since you received your subpoena, have you accessed other articles about this case?
No. Excuse me.
I have just a couple of quick questions because I want to make sure I understand. Once you got can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got your subpoena, and once the trial started, what have you looked at or listened to about the trial?
Melanie, and then that one about Zulema and Alex when they got together.
Okay. So when you say an article about Zulema and Alex, was it about Zulema's testimony at trial?
No.
Okay. And when you say when Zulema and Alex, was an article referencing their marriage in the past?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did that article have anything to do with testimony in this courtroom?
No.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with the proceedings before Judge Boyce against Lori Vallow?
No.
Okay. So in terms of what you've listened to about what has gone on from the witness stand in this case, what have you listened to about the trial testimony in this case?
Trial testimony?
Yes, sir.
Melanie. 45 minutes of Melanie, that's it.
Okay. Did you read any articles about trial testimony?
No.
Okay. So I was just a little confused on cross-examination.
Okay.
Did anything that you've listened to with regard to trial testimony affect or have any impact on your testimony before this court?
No.
Okay. Is there anything that you've read about the proceedings before the judge that is going to affect your testimony in the courtroom?
No.
Okay. And when you say back when you said to Mr. Archibald that you had looked at some stuff back when we were going through all this, you and now your wife have been witnesses on this case since the case started in 2020 and 2021, right?
Yes.
Some of your first interviews were in 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you've given several interviews to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And those interviews have been done both recording and with police reports, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've also testified in court in public at a preliminary hearing.
Yes.
And you've testified under oath before a grand jury.
Yes.
Okay. Did anything you heard about the first 45 minutes of your wife's testimony in any way change what you've testified to 2 or 3 times?
No.
Did anything that you heard from your wife's testimony for that first 45 minutes change anything you've told the police?
No.
All right. The state has nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right. With the record before the court, then, at this point, I'll ask if the defense has any motion as it relates to the issue of the exclusionary rule and order.
Yes, Your Honor. It's apparent that Idaho Rule of Evidence 615 has been violated, that this witness, after receiving his subpoena, did access court testimony in violation of that rule and in violation of his directions on his subpoena. So we would ask that he be excluded.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Archibald. What's the response from the state?
Your Honor, I think the court has to consider the willful nature of the conduct. The court has to consider whether there's any harm done to the witness's testimony. There is a case in Idaho directly on point, and that's State versus Danson, 113, Idaho 746. In there, the court, of course, knows it has broad latitude under Idaho Rule 615. There's no willful misconduct. It's his wife. He was checking to see how she was doing. It's one of the hazards in a trial that is recorded and televised or published across the country, that that presents significant risks to this situation happening. What is notable in this situation is the witness, when he was asked, immediately told the state and the investigators who were there. We immediately brought it to the attention of the court. This man has testified a couple of times under oath, given multiple interviews, both recorded and noted in police reports, and has been completely forthcoming. There was no willful violation of this court's order. And under State versus Danson, the court recognizes there are situations such as this where the daily proceedings are broadcast to the world at large, that the court is going to have to craft a remedy for those accidental things that happen or those inadvertent things that happen. And specifically the court's remedies, if the court is concerned about the conduct of the witness, you could craft an instruction to the jury, allowing them to consider that he has listened to portions of his wife's testimony in assessing his credibility. The court can also allow the defense counsel to do take a statement from him. We could take a break and they could do a specific statement on any other things. There's countless other remedies short of the very extreme remedy of striking that witness. And I would ask the court to use its discretion and see Mr. Warwick for what it was. It was an inadvertent way of trying to support his wife. And when he realized he was doing it the wrong way, he stopped.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Does the defense wish to make any rebuttal argument before I make a ruling?
Well, Your Honor, there's a reason that we have rules, and we don't just say, golly gee, made a mistake, my bad, no harm, no foul. That's not the language of Idaho Rule of Evidence 615. The reason that we have this rule is exactly for this predicament. He's accessing information on the internet, on YouTube. He knows he's not supposed to. His motivation for it is really irrelevant. He purposefully accessed it, and he purposefully listened to it. And he not only did that, but accessed another article regarding other people who have testified in this case. So I can understand the state saying no harm, no foul, but there's a rule, and there's a reason we have a rule, and it's to protect the integrity of the court. So I ask that he be excluded.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Archibald. While the court's reviewed this situation, I've carefully considered the testimony that's been provided through the questioning of the witness. The court would note that I, sua sponte, issued an order for exclusion of witnesses in this case before trial started. The citation of the state in the State versus Danson case, 113 Idaho 746, does set out the analysis of the rule. Talks about, first of all, it is correct that it is within the trial court's discretion to determine the nature of any sanction that may be imposed. That also cites the State versus Christensen case, 100 Idaho 631. In the Danson case, they talk about 4 potential sanctions that could be considered, and number 1 would be citing the witness for contempt. So Mr. Warwick could be held in contempt of court for willfully disobeying a court order. Number 2 is permitting comment on the witness's noncompliance in order to reflect on his credibility. Number 3 is what the defense has requested, refusing to let the witness testify. Number 4 would not really apply here, which would be striking the witness testimony. We don't get to number 4 because the state voluntarily disclosed this to the court before the witness was called. The witness voluntarily disclosed the conduct to the state before the witness was called as well. So I have to look, I think, at the level of both conduct and whether or not this is going to interfere in the fair administration of the trial and the credibility of the witnesses who testify before this jury. In looking at the options there, I don't consider that contempt would be an appropriate response given the record before the court. So I'm looking at the other 2 options as either permitting comment on the noncompliance or refusing to let the witness testify. In this case, the state has gone through a series of questions indicating that the witness at this point states this is not affecting his testimony or what his testimony would be. The reason for the exclusionary rule, as noted in that case law, is it's to reduce the possibility of a witness shaping their testimony to conform with or rebut prior testimony of others. I don't believe at this point the conduct rises to the level to require the excusal or that the witness not be permitted to testify. What the court will do is a sanction, and I do find that the conduct was willful conduct. I think it was a willful disobedience of a court order that Mr. Warwick knew was in effect. The court's going to allow the defense, in this case, as the appropriate sanction, to permit a comment on the witness's noncompliance with the order in order to reflect on the witness's credibility. So to the extent you want to bring up what's occurred with his failure to obey the exclusionary order, that is going to be permitted on cross-examination and liberally permitted in order for the defense to allow the jurors to be aware of the conduct of the witness prior to testifying in the case. So that will be the court's determination on the ruling. I'm not going to exclude his testimony, but obviously admonish the witness that it's unfortunate that happened, and it's created this delay in our trial and proceedings, and we've had to make this ruling. However, I do appreciate you bringing the attention to the prosecutors before you were here on the stand this morning. So that's the court's determination as it relates to the motion of the defense. Do you have any questions on the court's ruling?
Our judge.
Yes. All right, we just held a brief sidebar. The court has issued its ruling on the exclusionary rule violation. Does the defense have any questions on the court's ruling or request any clarification? Mr. Archibald?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Archibald. Any questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, with that in mind, then let's have the jurors brought back in and we can commence with testimony.
Do you need water?
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, please. Jury's out present, accounted for, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. We're back on the record after the mid-morning break. This is CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. The state has called its next witness, who has been sworn and is on the stand. Ms. Smith, if you'd like to commence with your direct examination, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please?
David Dale Warwick,
Okay. Mr. Warwick, where do you live?
Pleasant Grove, Utah.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Melanie Gibb,
Okay. How long have you been married to Melanie Gibb?
about 2.25 years.
Okay. So if I'm doing the math, what year was that?
To
2021?
2021.
Okay. And do you know Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How do you know Lori Vallow?
I met her through Melanie.
Okay. Do you remember when you first met her?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
It was down in Arizona. I was down there with Melanie, and we got a call. And she asked Melanie to bring me over. They wanted me to meet them.
Okay, so, and if at any time, I know sometimes it's hard for you to hear, right?
Yeah.
So if at any time you can't hear, I need you to let me know, all right?
Okay.
All right. So you said she wanted Melanie to bring you over to meet them. Who is she?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. And Lori Vallow wanted to meet you.
Yes.
All right. And where did you go to meet her?
To her house.
Okay. Where was that?
I believe it was Chandler, Arizona.
Okay. Was it in Arizona?
Yes, it was in Arizona.
Okay. Was she married at the time?
No.
Okay. Was she widowed?
Yes.
Okay. Who had she been married to?
Charles Vallow.
Okay. How close in time was this to that you met her? Was it to the time that Charles died?
I met her the first week of August, and I just knew Charles had died previously to that, but I wasn't sure how.
Okay.
I didn't know them.
Okay. So the first week of August of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you met her, you went to her home in Arizona.
Yes.
Who was there at her home when you met her?
There was Chad, Alex, Melanie, I think her last name was Bordeaux at the time, and then Zalima showed up, and then another lady showed up, but I don't remember her name. She was pretty quiet.
Okay. And when you said Chad, do you mean Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Okay. So prior to August of 2019, had you ever met Chad Daybell?
Just over the phone.
Okay. How was it you talked to Chad Daybell over the phone prior to August of 2019?
A few years previous, he reached out to me and wanted to do a book with me.
And did you ever do that with him?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because I didn't feel it was right, and I didn't feel like he was the one that, if it was to be done, that it should be done with.
Okay. And so at the house, at Lori Vallow's home in August of 2019, you saw Chad there.
Yes.
Okay. What happened at the house when you met Lori Vallow?
They were just sitting around the table, and Lori she was an amazing hostess. She was fixing food, and it was just they were like having a social.
Okay. All right. And then did you have an opportunity to meet her again at any point after that?
Yes.
Okay. Where was it you met her again?
At her apartment in Rexburg,
Okay.
Idaho.
Now, to be clear at this point, were you married to Melanie Gibb?
No.
Okay. Were you guys dating at this point?
Yes.
Okay. So how did it come to be that you met Lori Vallow at her place in Rexburg, Idaho?
Melanie and Lori wanted to do a podcast with me, which was supposed to happen in Arizona, which it didn't happen. And I was coming up to see Melanie, and I was coming up for the Book of Mormon conference, and I was also coming up because my son just moved to Pocatello, Idaho.
Okay.
So I just kind of took a long weekend, just kind of see everybody and just enjoy the weekend and do the podcast.
Okay. And so when you say you took a long weekend, what weekend was that?
September 2020 through the 23rd, 22nd, right in there.
Okay. Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And so forgive me, you were coming up for kind of three purposes?
Yes.
And those three purposes were what?
To go spend some time with my son, with his family in Pocatello. They had just moved there a couple weeks previous. And then the Book of Mormon conference was there in Rexburg. And then to see Melanie.
Okay.
And to do the podcast.
Okay. When you say to do the podcast, had you participated in any of the podcast sessions that Lori Vallow and Melanie and others had done before?
No, I did some with Preparing the People, but nobody else.
Okay. And so one of the purposes was to come up and to do the podcast with Melanie, Lori. Anybody else going to participate in that podcast?
No.
Okay. Where were you supposed to record the podcast?
At Lori's apartment.
Okay. And so you came up, I believe you said September 20th, and you were going to go to Lori's to do the podcast?
Yes.
All right. Where did you stay that weekend?
Well, I was going to stay in a hotel in Idaho Falls to kind of be in the middle with everything. But Melanie called me and said, hey, don't waste money on a hotel. Lori's got an extra room here. Why don't you just come and stay here?
Okay.
And the majority of the weekend is going to be in Rexburg anyway, so I decided to stay there.
Okay. So when you got to Lori's place in Rexburg, Idaho, who was at the house, if you remember?
When I got there, Alex Cox, Melanie, Lori, and JJ.
Okay. Now, had you met JJ Vallow before that time?
No.
Okay. Do you remember what JJ was doing when you got there?
He was sitting on the couch playing with toys.
Okay. And did you interact with him at all?
Yeah, I got a Down syndrome boy, autistic, so I just sat down with him to include him. I wanted to see how he was doing and talk to him, but it was like I wasn't even there. He never acknowledged me.
Okay. Now, when you got there, did you see Tylee Ryan there at all?
No.
Did you ever see Tylee Ryan that weekend?
No, I never did. Never did see her. I never did meet her.
Okay. Were you told where she was?
I was told that she was attending Rexburg, Idaho College, and she wanted to be independent.
Okay. And who told you that?
I think it was Melanie told. If I remember right, Melanie asked Lori in front of me.
Okay. And then who told you that Tylee was attending college in Rexburg and wanted to be independent?
Yes.
Who said those words?
Lori.
Okay. And so after you have that interaction with JJ, did you have any other interactions with JJ that weekend?
Yeah, there was he had a cardboard box and he was cutting doors and windows out of it, making a home out of it. So I got next to him again and just tried talking to him, and but it was the same experience.
Okay.
He was very focused on that and didn't acknowledge me at all.
Okay. And did you ever see him engage with anyone?
I think he engaged with Alex once, and I can't remember what they were talking about, but it looked like a good relationship. Then he got to go outside and play with some children.
Okay.
And when he went outside, he just looked really happy.
Now, that weekend, did you see Chad Daybell at all?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you see him, if you remember?
I would say 4 times,
Okay.
according to memory.
Okay. Can you tell us about any those interactions?
That's when he was trying to teach me about some of their beliefs.
Okay.
About the gathering of the 144,000 and then Satan having powers to push people out of their bodies and then the spirits being stuck. I don't know how far to go with this, but it was just some.
It's okay. I'll ask questions.
Okay.
And that's fair. And that's exactly right. If you're not sure, we'll just do question, answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you need some water or anything?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw you licking your lips. All right. Now, you indicated that he started talking about beliefs and that, and the 144,000, right?
Yeah.
That's what you said. Who was present during this conversation?
Melanie and Lori.
Okay. Did Lori participate in the conversation at all about those issues?
Not that I can recall. He seemed to lead the way on that.
Okay. And did you, what was your response to Chad's, sort of concepts?
I just said, if the Lord's gathering is 144,000, I believe that would happen through his prophet. And then, far as the Satan having power to push people out of the bodies, I said, we're taught differently in that. That can't happen. He's not given that kind of power.
Okay. So let me stop you there. So you are a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you say through the prophet. Are those doctrines taught through the mainstream LDS church?
Yes.
Okay. And so your response was things more in line with the teachings of your church?
Yes.
Okay. Were you sort of going along with what Chad was telling you?
I was listening, and then I questioned, and that's, I don't know what you mean by going along. I didn't.
Did you believe him?
No.
Okay. Did you let him know you didn't believe him?
Yeah.
Okay. So after that interaction, did you have any other interactions with Chad?
Yeah, he had us meet him at a property on the east side of a church.
When you say had us meet him, who was together with that situation?
Me and Melanie met with Chad and Lori at this property.
Okay. And it was next to a church?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you met with Chad and Lori next to a church?
They just trying to tell us about that beautiful building, like a temple that was there, and that it was in spirit. But so they wanted to show it to us, but I couldn't see anything.
Okay. Why did they want to show you the temple or the heavenly building they said they were seeing?
I think it tied in with things that they believed in, but I didn't know all their beliefs. Did you believe it? Could you see a building? No, I didn't believe it was there, and I couldn't see it, but I was trying to be respectful and just kind of follow along, I guess.
Okay. And then after the visit of a site, what was supposed to happen at that site where you were meeting with Chad and Lori?
We were just supposed to be able to witness it. That's all I recall.
Okay. And then Did you run into Chad Daybell again that weekend?
Yes.
Okay, where was that?
They had 80 acres that was out by his place. It was for sale. It was for development.
So why were you looking at 80 acres near Chad Daybell's property?
Well, for me personally, I had an investor down in Utah that wanted to do a development in Rexburg. So I was interested in it for that. And Chad was interested in it because he wanted me to, he wanted me to move up to Rexburg.
Okay. And so what did you do about going to check out that property?
Since it was Sunday, I just said, well, I don't work on Sunday, but since I'm leaving early in the morning, I said, I'll just drive by, take a picture of the realtor sign, and then I'll, deal with it later, during the work week.
Okay. So when you drove by and you took a picture, how was it? How did you get connected with Chad?
We were out there. Alex Cox led us out to the property. So we were just standing out in the field and just talking. And then Chad and some brother that he was serving within the church, they left I guess they were clerks or something, and they just left and came over to the property.
Okay.
And he said this guy was a realtor, and he said, I just want to, if you have any questions or anything, he can help you with it.
Okay, so who's he? Was that Chad with the realtor?
It was Chad with the realtor, but I don't remember the realtor's name.
Okay. And what was your response to Chad coming and showing up with the realtor at the property?
I just said, I don't do business on Sunday. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not here for that. And, because I didn't know they were coming. They just showed up.
Okay. So after that interaction, did you see Chad Daybell again?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see Chad that weekend at Lori's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that situation.
That's where he came. That's where he was coming over and teaching me some of their beliefs.
Okay. Did you ever see Chad with JJ that weekend?
No.
Okay. Did you ever hear about any interactions between Chad and JJ?
I heard that he had a scuffle with JJ, and that's how he got the scratch on his neck. But I don't remember what that was about.
Okay. And when you say he got a scratch on his neck, who got a scratch on their neck?
Chad did.
Okay. During the times you saw Chad, what was his interactions like with Lori Vallow?
They were very loving with one another and affectionate.
Okay. Now, at this time, were you aware that he was still married to Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Okay. Did the fact that he was married come up at all?
Yes.
All right. How did that happen?
I asked him I just asked him how his marriage was with the Tammy and if she was a good wife, and he said he had no complaints, that she was a good wife, but he said her time was coming up, and that him and Lori were gonna, go do the things that they had committed to do for God.
Okay. So when you say her time was coming up, your Tammy's time was...
He said he had a dream that she was going to pass away before he was 50 or by the time he was 50.
Okay. And so that was Tammy was going to pass away before Chad was 50?
Yeah, by the time Chad was 50. Okay. The dream was I think he said 3 years previous.
Okay. And that, and then he said he and Lori were going to be together. What did that mean?
That they were going to get married and they were going to go do their calling.
Okay. And did you know what their calling was?
That's what I learned. They were going to gather the $144,000.
And they were going to do it together?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any response to this?
That's where I just said that because he was kind of saying that I was one of them, and that's why he wanted me up there. And that's when I said, well, that would be a call from God and through his prophet.
Okay. And what was his reaction when you said it should come through the prophet? It's the prophet of the church, right?
Yeah. I can't remember all the details, but it was clear, kind of like that it was a separate calling, because it was the Church of the Firstborn, which is going to be coming out of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so that was his position, and he had his authority under John the Beloved, if I remember right.
Okay. And was that your belief?
No.
Okay. Now, did you do the podcast?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you do the podcast?
We did that on Sunday night.
Okay.
It was late.
All right. So that's Sunday the 22nd?
Yes.
All right. And so where did you do the podcast?
At Lori Vallow's kitchen over the island.
Okay. And when you said we, who's we did the podcast?
Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you're in Lori's kitchen in her home, right?
Yes.
On a Sunday evening?
Yes.
Was JJ there?
No.
Where was JJ?
Alex was babysitting him.
Okay. And was he babysitting him in the apartment or somewhere else?
At his place, his apartment.
All right. Who told you that?
Lori.
Okay.
She just wanted to have uninterruptions so we could do the podcast, so she asked him to watch him.
Okay. And did you see JJ again that evening?
Yes. About 10:30, I believe it was 10:30 at night, I heard the front door open, which was to my back. I turned around and I saw Alex carrying JJ, and JJ was asleep and his head was on his shoulder.
And Alex carried him in the house?
Yes.
Did you see where Alex went?
He took him upstairs.
Okay.
And put him in bed.
All right. Do you remember what JJ was wearing?
Seemed like it was shorts and a T-shirt, but I can't remember the colors. I almost want to say it was the camouflage shorts, if I remember right, but okay.
All right. So Alex, and did you see Alex leave that night?
Seemed like I heard the door open and close. I didn't turn around again. Once I knew what was going on, I just stayed focused on the podcast. But I didn't see him leave, but it seemed like I did hear the door open and close. It's the vague memory. That's
fair enough. So, where was JJ sleeping while you were staying there?
In Lori's room.
Okay. And what room were you in?
I was in JJ's room.
Okay. So did you spend that night there as well?
Yes.
All right. Did anything happen in the night?
Yeah, in the early hours of the morning, I had it was one of the worst nightmares of my life. It was very real.
Okay.
And
so let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So did Melanie come try to help you as you were waking up from that nightmare?
Yes.
Okay. How did that happen? Let me do it this way. How did Melanie try to help you?
She had heard me talking in my sleep, kind of, I guess I was screaming out or calling out.
Okay.
And so she kind of helped wake me up.
Okay. And then what happened after she helped wake you up?
She said, I'm going to go get Lori, see if we can get Chad over here to give you a blessing. Okay. So she went, and she went to go get Lori, but she came back because she said she couldn't get anybody.
Okay. And so JJ was this in the middle of the night?
Yes, I would say it was in the early hours of the morning. I didn't have a clock there, but I know it was after midnight.
Okay. So as you were kind of waking up and coming back from the nightmare, did you see Lori Vallow at that time?
No.
Okay. Was Melanie able to get her to come help you guys?
No.
Okay. Now, the next morning, did you see JJ?
No.
Excuse me. Do you need some water?
Sorry.
No, it's all right. You okay?
Yeah.
All right. And so when you woke up the next morning, did you see JJ that morning?
I did not.
Okay. Did you make any inquiries about JJ?
Yes, I did. We went downstairs to say goodbye, and Lori was there, and she just said that JJ had an episode, and he climbed up on the cabinets, and then he climbed up on top of the fridge, and then he climbed up on top of the upper cabinets and knocked over her picture of Christ. And she just said that he was out of, she couldn't control him.
So what did she say she did?
She called Alex and had Alex come and get him.
Okay. So when she said she had Alex take JJ, what did you do?
Well, before she told me that Alex took JJ, I said, well, I'd like to see him because I wanted to make sure he was okay.
Why?
Well, because I didn't see any signs of the cabinets. There was no damage on the cabinets. There was no scuffs on the stainless steel fridge. And I just was trying to understand what was going on here. But I also, if JJ did have a problem, I'd like to give him a blessing.
Okay. And so then you ask her where he was.
Yeah.
And what did she say?
She said Alex. She had Alex come and get him.
Okay. One moment, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hey,
Yeah, one moment. Yeah. Just to make sure I was, and I may have forgotten to ask, the date that Lori Vallow said she sent JJ with Alex was what?
That was Monday, the 23rd of September.
2019.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Who will be doing cross-examination? Mr. Archibald.
So, Mr. Is it Warwick or Warwick?
Warwick.
Okay. How do you spell your last name?
Warwick.
Okay. I got it right. And you live in Pleasant Grove, Utah?
Yes, sir.
And your wife, Melanie Gibb, lives where?
Chandler, Arizona.
Okay. And you two married in December of 2021?
Yes, sir.
So in this weekend of September 2019 that you've talked to us about, were you still married to someone else?
No.
Was Melanie Gibbs still married to someone else?
What's that?
Was Melanie Gibbs still married to someone else?
No.
Okay. Both of you had been divorced by the time of September of 2019?
Yes.
When did you start to see Melanie before your divorce went through?
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
We were seeing each other at events.
Okay. So you were separated and then started to see Melanie?
Yeah, I was in the divorce process, and so I had a Downs boy that I was taking care of, and Melanie really hit it off with him at a camp, and so my divorce didn't final as fast as I had hoped it would, but she was divorced.
Mr. Warwick, also I'll ask you to please wait until he's completely finished his question before you answer, just because it helps our court reporter keep the record.
I'm sorry, I thought I was still on the same answer. I apologize.
Thank you.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a general contractor.
And have you also done podcasts on religious topics?
Yes.
And so that's how you and Melanie Gibb were interested in each other, because you had the same common interest in religious topics?
That would, yes.
And is that how you met Lori Vallow?
Well, I met Lori through Melanie. I would say it was the same intent.
Okay. And that's how you met Chad Daybell as well?
Yes.
And that's how you met Alex Cox?
Yes.
And how would you describe Alex?
He was a fun-loving guy. He was very humorous, and he can be genuine and he can be lighthearted.
And that's how you also met Zulema about the same time in late 2018 or 2019.
I met Zulema at Lori's the first time.
And so that was August of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that Lori and Alex moved from Arizona to Idaho?
Through Melanie.
And so this conference that you were going to in Rexburg, Idaho, was that what kind of a conference did you say that was?
A Book of Mormon conference.
And who was that sponsored by?
Rod Meldrum.
So that wasn't part of your church. That was just a private conference.
Yeah, they were members of the church, and Rod was. It was his conference, and the people with Preparing a People were doing the filming for him.
And so, Preparing a People, is that a group sponsored by your church?
No.
So who is it sponsored by? Just a bunch of people getting together?
They're just private. They're just the private owners.
Okay. And when you say you get together to do podcasts, what does that mean?
When you sit down and discuss a topic or be interviewed.
And who's the designated audience for this podcast? Who are you trying to sell it to?
I'm just trying to think what their. It was mainly to the saint for the Latter-day Saints.
And so, have you ever made money on these podcasts?
No.
So the podcasts are for education, then, not money.
Right.
And where would your podcast be downloaded to?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. I understand it's cross, but it's relevance.
All right. I'll allow some more here, Mr. Archibald, but it needs to tie into direct, if you could.
Well, you told the prosecutor you were doing podcasts with Preparing a People. That's what you told the prosecutor.
Well, they're interviews. I don't know if podcast is the right name. Melanie and Lori called theirs podcast. Preparing the People, I think they just called theirs. They just did weekly things where they would highlight topics, and then they would ask people to come in, and then they would just kind of go into that topic and scripturally and experience with it.
And so your purpose in doing these podcasts was just to talk about your religious beliefs?
Yes, and to build faith. We did most of the ones I did with Preparing the People. Well, sorry, I'm saying too much.
No, it's not that you can't continue to answer. It was just avoid talking before Mr. Archibald's done, so we don't have
but I just didn't know where to end it, so that's why I stopped. Sorry.
So we don't have two people talking at the same time for the court reporter, if you would. So
thank you. Okay.
And is there a group called Preparing a People?
No.
What is Preparing a People?
They host conferences, and they invite speakers to come in and vendors.
And have you been a speaker at some of these Preparing a People events?
Yes.
And the reason that you've been a speaker is because of what?
Because of my conversion to the faith, and because of the doctrines that I came to understand.
Okay. And
to build faith.
And so you've participated in these podcasts, or sometimes they're called firesides. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've given talks or speeches about the second coming of Jesus. Is that right?
About my dreams and visions.
So would you call yourself a visionary man?
Well, others have called me that. I don't call myself anything.
So on your speeches or your podcasts, have you shared your visions with other people?
Yes.
And you've had visions of secret combinations taking place in Washington, D.C.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I fail to see the continued relevance of this.
Goes to his credibility, Your Honor. The state brought this up, not me.
It is, I think it's appropriate.
Judge, I'm sorry, what?
Well, I haven't ruled yet.
I know. I apologize, Your Honor.
What was your comment? Go ahead.
I was just going to ask under Rule 16, comment 610 is that impugning somebody's religious beliefs or going beyond the scope of this trial is impermissible cross-examination.
Well, that door opened a long time ago in this case. I think with the context of the state's evidence, I will keep that rule in mind. I appreciate you bringing that up. At this point, I do think we're still within the scope of permissible cross-examination given the direct examination, so I'll overrule the objection.
You've given talks about visions of secret combinations in Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've given talks about visions of secret combinations in England and Saudi Arabia. Is that right?
Yes.
You've given talks about evil entities in England, right?
No, I'm not sure where that one's going.
Okay. You've seen visions of Russia and China invading the United States.
Yes.
You've seen visions of Russia and China attacking the United States military and defeating us in 3 days.
Yes.
You've seen visions of the United States being sacrificed for a one-world government, right?
I don't know where that one came from.
You've been, well, I didn't make this up.
Yeah. Well, the context is what's being avoided. That's why it's difficult here. So.
Okay. So what's the concept about the United States being sacrificed for a one-world government?
Judge, objection again on that concept. I mean, relevance.
All right. At this point, Mr. Archibald, I do think we're getting away from the evidence of the case and direct. So if you could tie this in some way, if it does. If not, I'll sustain the objection.
You talked about having a vision while at Lori Vallow's home in September of 2019. You told that to the prosecutor, right?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled. If the witness can answer, you can correct if that's misstating evidence.
I had a nightmare.
So a nightmare and a vision are two different things.
Yeah.
So how do you define a nightmare versus a vision?
Well, it's like whatever the nightmare was about, it was like I was living in it.
And a vision is just pretend?
No, a vision is when you're observing and you're being shown.
So both a vision and a nightmare are real?
No, not necessarily.
So can you further explain the difference between a vision and a nightmare, how one works and not the other one?
The vision is when you're being shown, when you're being shown things when you're seeing the future, but you're not seeing yourself. Somebody else is presenting it.
And so your visions come from who?
The ones I talked about came from the angels. under God.
And your nightmare comes from who?
It was very adversarial. There was no, it was consumed. It was a lot of fear and a lot of darkness, and there was no order to it.
So the fear and darkness came from who?
Well, it was adversarial. I don't know who it came from, but.
And when you say adversarial, are you talking about the devil?
I would say it was from that direction.
An angel of the devil?
Could have been.
You've had these visions and nightmares throughout your time that you knew Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Melanie Gibb. Is that right?
No, I just had that experience that night.
Okay. So on the night that you were in Rexburg, you wanted to get a blessing from Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Well, Melanie was just said, I think you need to get a blessing. I'm going to go see if I can get Lori to get Chad. So I was, I just agreed. I was distraught.
And what is a blessing?
It's when it's exercised under the direction of the priesthood to bless you with deliverance, comfort, or healing, or guidance.
So you wanted a blessing from Chad Daybell?
Well, Melanie just offered to get it. I was in a position where I wasn't all there. I was really struggling with whatever. I just remember it was horrified with what I was seeing.
And so what would a blessing from Chad Daybell do for you?
Give us just a moment. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
What would a blessing from Chad Daybell do for you?
What have we done?
Yeah.
Well,
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I would have hoped for peace, but it wasn't my idea. Melanie was just trying to get help.
And you and
So
Melanie...
I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry.
You and Melanie were in the same room when this nightmare happened?
Yes.
And you were sleeping in JJ's room?
Yes.
And you were woken up by your nightmare?
Yes.
And then you woke up Melanie?
She woke me up because I was, she could tell that something was going on, so.
And so you agreed.
Maybe we woke each other up, I don't know.
And so you agreed to seek help from Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And did Chad Daybell come?
No.
When, had you seen this scratch on Chad's neck from JJ?
He pointed it out, but it was pretty minor.
You didn't see the scuffle, but Chad...
No, I didn't.
But Chad told you about it?
Yes.
And when Chad told you that his wife's time was up, that he had a dream she would die, did you believe that?
I wasn't certain to what to believe at that point.
He was teaching about the 144,000. Is that a concept you're familiar with?
Yes.
And tell us what you understand that to be.
All I understand is during the time of the tribulation that God's going to have 144,000 that will cover the earth to gather his elect and to help gather his people and help deliver them from the trying circumstances.
And have you wanted to be part of the 144,000?
No, I mean, it would be an honor, but it's nothing I was seeking.
And I think you told the prosecutor that you didn't think Chad had the authority to gather.
No.
Who do you think has that authority?
The prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And who is that?
Well, now it's President Russell M. Nelson.
Okay. So that's where your disagreement with Chad Daybell was who had authority to do that?
Yes.
Had you ever heard of the Church of the Firstborn before?
I just see it in the scriptures, but.
Yeah, where in the scriptures?
Doctrine and Covenants.
And what's the Doctrine and Covenants?
It's a canonized scripture of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
So is the Church of the Firstborn is that in the Holy Bible?
It could be.
Is it in the New Testament or the Old Testament?
It could be. I'm not recalling all this right now.
Is the Church of the Firstborn mentioned in the Book of Mormon?
I don't know.
Who is John the Beloved?
A close disciple of Jesus Christ.
So John the Beloved was told something about the Church of the Firstborn. Is that what you learned from Chad? Or how did those two concepts go together?
I just heard that that's where he had gotten his authority from.
That's where Chad had gotten his authority from?
Yes.
And these are the kinds of things that you talk about on your podcasts?
No.
What do you talk about on your podcast?
On the podcast, they go into topics like fasting, and then a lot of them were the conversion, coming where I came from, and the conversion story and some experiences from the time I was converted up through my mission, serving in the LDS mission. And so, but they were in the context to build faith. They weren't in the context of seeking these things. They were experiences as a result of repentance and faith and service.
And so when you agreed to do a podcast with Chad and Lori and Melanie on Sunday night in Rexburg, Idaho, what was the topic of that podcast?
First off, it was just Melanie and Lori. Chad was not part of it.
Okay. And so what was the podcast with Melanie and Lori about?
It's about sanctification, and I'm trying to remember what the actual topic was.
What does sanctification mean?
Well, it's when as you repent and serve God, and as you prove faithful to Him, your heart, the Lord changes your heart, makes you clean, makes you whole, and endows you with greater faith.
And your audience for this podcast was, again, who?
It was preparing the people, and there was camps, the preparedness camps. Sometimes I went and spoke at those. So I just a lot of it was not really venues. It was more like camps and organized firesides, family reunions, and I would be invited to either speak or were invited to do an interview and cover a topic.
And so, being invited to speak at a preparedness camp, what topics would you talk about?
Judge, I'm going to object. I mean, I understand it's cross your honor, but at some point it becomes irrelevant.
I'll sustain the objection on relevance. I think we're beyond the scope of tying into the evidence of the case at this point, Mr. Archibald.
So, your whole purpose was to get ready for the second coming of Christ in these podcasts?
No.
What was your purpose?
Whole purpose was to build faith and to help identify stumbling blocks to faith, and also to help identify the fruits of faith, and to help identify how involved our Father in heaven is with each one of us when we're truly trusting in His Son, Jesus Christ, and seeking His will.
Now, were you, when you left Lori's apartment on September 23rd, 2019, you indicate that you were anxious to go visit your son in Pocatello?
Yes.
And did Melanie go with you there?
She did.
And that's the time that you say you did not see JJ?
Yes.
And did you call the police?
No, I didn't. Did not.
All right. You didn't have any reason to, right?
I didn't see any reason. Lori was one of the most sweetest, kindest, fun-loving. She was I really enjoyed her. She was a wonderful woman. This stuff kind of hit me that weekend, and I just wasn't. Anyway, I just didn't see it was like what they're teaching doesn't match what I see in their character. And so I kind of left a little confused and puzzled and trying to discern.
Well, their character was good, right?
Yeah, I saw goodness, yes.
And
I didn't see any reason to suspect.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude cross-examination. Any redirect by the state?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Defense counsel asked you about dreams and visions. I want to ask you about reality.
Okay.
The morning of, the evening of September 22nd, who carried JJ up to bed?
Alex.
Okay. And the morning of September 23rd, who told you where JJ was?
Lori Vallow.
And what did Lori Vallow say to you about what happened to JJ on the 23rd?
She said he was out of control and she couldn't control him, so she had Alex come and get him.
Okay. And when she said he was out of control, did she give you specific examples, real examples of what she said out of control meant?
That's when she said that he climbed the cabinets in the fridge and the upper cabinet and pushed over her picture of Christ that sat on the top of the upper cabinets.
And did you see any evidence with your own eyes that any damage had occurred that would be consistent with JJ climbing the cabinets?
No, I didn't see any scuffs on the fridge, and I didn't see any bent door hinges and the crown molding. That's the way it's fastened. It would have popped off if he would have gotten up there.
Okay. And so when she said that, what did she say she did with JJ?
She just called Alex and just said that you need to come and get him. I can't handle him.
Okay. And then she said she sent JJ with Alex.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude then the testimony of this witness. Is there any objection to him being released from any subpoena?
The state would ask that he is.
No objection.
All right. Mr. Warwick, that concludes your testimony today. Then you can be escorted out of the courtroom by the bailiffs, and you are released from any subpoena that you're currently under. Thank you. All right, we're close to the noon hour. Is the state intending to call another witness at this time, or would you prefer we take our lunch break?
The next witness is fairly lengthy, so it may be a good time for lunch break.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the lunch break, and then I will have a quick sidebar with council just on scheduling if we could, and we will try to be back on probably between 12:30 and 1 for further testimony of the next witness.
All right, please.
What's that? What did I say? Oh. It'll be sometime. I hope it's... Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we're ready to have the jurors brought back in. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me have just a quick sidebar with counsel, please. All right, if we can have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Jury's all present and accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. We just completed the lunch break. The jurors are all back and accounted for, properly seated. The state's going to be calling another witness here shortly. Before we do that, I'll note that I've met with counsel in a sidebar to discuss scheduling. Essentially, the state's case in chief has been moving forward a little more quickly than may have been anticipated. And in order to avoid some gaps in trial time in the middle of days next week, there's been a proposal that we not have trial tomorrow on Friday and then start back up again with a full week on Monday. I think that's what the state's requested. Is that correct? Would somebody from the prosecution confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor. The case is moving much more quickly than we thought, so it won't delay the end of the trial at all by doing that. So that's our request.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Is the defense concerned at all about having a day off tomorrow?
No, Your Honor, that's fine.
Okay. I appreciate you working towards that and letting the court know in advance. So for the jurors, again, we'll discuss that at the end of today, but we'll not be conducting trial tomorrow. We'll start again on Monday. That'll be our schedule moving forward. So, and as mentioned, it's not going to extend out the total time of the trial. The trial's just coming along more quickly than had been anticipated. So with that in mind, then, one other thing I'll note is there is a technical issue that's being sorted out right now, and it relates to the ability to show the demonstrative exhibits or use the overhead projector. So I'm fine with tech people in here working on that as we go, because we're here with some witness testimony we can commence with. If that's reset, we'll let you know. If we need to take a pause while they work on that in order to show exhibits, we'll deal with that when it comes. So with that in mind, then, let's see, Mr. Rammel, I think you're going to be calling the next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If you'd like to call your next witness, you can do so.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Detective Bruce Mattingly.
All right, before you commence with your examination, Counselor, I'd like to just inquire of the witness who's now sworn, Detective Mattingly. Have you viewed any of the trial testimony in this case since it started?
No.
Okay, with that in mind then, I'll just ask you to please speak directly into that microphone. Try to avoid, well, make verbal responses to all the questions so we can keep the record straight, and try to avoid talking at the same time as anyone questioning you. Keep our record clear again with those rules in mind. Mr. Rammel, you can go ahead and inquire on your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can I have you state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Thomas Brewster Mattingly. Last spelling is Mattingly.
And Detective, where are you employed?
Fremont County, Idaho Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
22 years.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement overall?
Sorry, let me restate. Overall in law enforcement, 22 years, and as a detective for the last 6 years.
Okay. And are you post-certified?
I am. I hold a master's certificate at post.
You testify that you're a detective. Can you quickly tell the jury about your current duties and responsibilities as a detective in Fremont County?
Yeah, current duties for me in our county is anything that comes across my desk or assigned as a detective, which mostly will be felony cases, and then with that also assisting with other deputies in their investigations or things that they are assigned to. And also I work with evidence, logging that in, logging it out, and also with that will be death investigations.
Detective, I'm going to draw your attention to January 3rd of 2020. Were you working as a detective for Fremont County at that time?
Yes, I was.
What were you working on that day?
We were executing a search warrant at Chad Daybell's property located at 202 North, 1900 East in Fremont County, Idaho.
And Detective, were other agencies involved?
Yes.
Was FBI ERT on scene?
Yes, they were.
Detective, were you involved in the initial search and collection of evidence from that residence?
Initially, yes.
And after the execution of that search warrant, did you take possession of items found at that location?
I did.
And can you explain to the jury how that came about?
Yes, the ERT team collected the evidence, and then they gave that to my lieutenant, Joe Powell. And Joe Powell and I took those items to our station in St. Anthony, and we put them into evidence, and then after that I logged it into evidence.
And you have detailed evidence logs of what you logged in?
Yes, each item is numbered sequential and with a description of what those items are.
Detective, who has access to your evidence lab?
So that'll be 3 people. That'll be myself, Detective Vince Kayakakamanu, and Detective Jim Fabinich. Jim Fabinich. Spelling of... Yeah, Jim Fabinich. Spelling of his last is Fabnich.
Could you spell the other detective's name also, the last name?
I can. Kayakakamanu. Kaiakamanu.
All right, that's what I thought.
Detective, on a later date, did you take additional action with items that were booked into evidence on January 3rd of 2020?
I did.
What was that?
So on January 15th, I took the items that the electronic items that we had taken from that location to Salt Lake, to the IWR-CFL, which is the Intermountain West Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory.
And were those the same items or the same electronic items that you booked into evidence on January 3rd of 2020?
They were the same.
How do you know?
From the property log, they were the same ones that I had taken and submitted into evidence, and so I knew which ones needed to be taken, and I just followed the same property log that was associated with that search warrant to be searched.
And Detective, were they transported by vehicle?
They were. I transported those.
And during that transportation, did any of those items ever leave your custody and control?
No, they did not.
What did you do after arriving at the Regional Computer Forensic Lab?
I took those electronic items to the lab and transferred them into their custody.
And did you provide identification at the lab?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, that's all I have for this witness.
All right. Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Detective Mattingly. That'll conclude your testimony this afternoon.
And Your Honor, and this has been discussed with defense already, we do have Detective Mattingly under subpoena, and we're not going to be releasing him from that subpoena. There will be other unrelated items that he will be testifying to in this trial.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rammel. So, Detective, you'll be remaining under subpoena at the direction of the state to be recalled as a witness. During that time, please continue to avoid viewing any of the trial testimony in this case in any way. You'll be asked about that again if you're recalled to the stand. With that in mind, you can be excused for the day, and the bailiffs will direct you out of the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hamill, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state would next call FBI intelligence analyst Benjamin Dean.
All right, sir, before we begin with your testimony, I'll just inquire, have you in any way viewed any of the testimony that's occurred during the trial in this case? No. All right, thanks for your response. Please answer all questions verbally and avoid speaking at the same time as any attorney questioning you so we keep a clear record. With that in mind, then, Mr. Rammel, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Judge. Can I have you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Benjamin Dean, D-E-A-N.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
Approximately 8.5 years.
And what position do you currently hold with the FBI?
I'm an intelligence analyst.
And Mr. Dean, you're an intelligence analyst. Are you referred to as IA Dean?
Yeah.
And
yes, sir.
I have permission to refer to you as IA Dean? Is that okay?
You do.
Thank you. Can you briefly describe your educational, professional, and training background?
Yes. Prior to joining the FBI, I obtained a bachelor's degree in foreign and area language studies, foreign language and foreign area studies. And after joining the FBI, my first position was in the language services section, where my job was to review and report on the lawfully obtained electronic communications of case subjects in different parts of the country. Later, I became an intelligence analyst, and I attended what's called basic field training course for new analysts, and that was in Quantico, Virginia at the FBI Academy. And that training was 3 months long, and it consisted of classroom instruction, exercises, and exams that covered a range of topics, including threat analysis, analytic writing, and raw intelligence reporting.
And IA Dean, what office are you currently assigned to?
Salt Lake City field office.
And can you tell the jury what your day-to-day responsibilities are?
Yes. I work on a criminal investigative squad, and so I do often provide support to active cases. But my main job is to review information or analyze information and make assessments regarding specific threats. And so some of my daily tasks include reviewing information collected by agents out in the field or from other sources, looking for trends and patterns in that information, and writing reports or giving briefings with recommendations and findings.
Do you have any specific training or experience in reviewing electronic devices?
Yes.
Could you share that with the jury, please?
Yes, I can. So, as I previously mentioned, my work with the language services section of the FBI involved reviewing electronic communications of predicated case subjects from different field offices. And during that time, I attended a week-long course that was focused on best practices and techniques in monitoring and reporting on those types of records. Later, at the FBI Academy, I was trained in digital evidence collection and exploitation, as well as the use of telephone analysis software. Since then, I've attended virtual and in-person trainings focused on communications analysis, and as an analyst in the field, I've helped review electronic communications data for a number of active investigations, and that includes data obtained through legal process, from open source research, and from mobile device extractions.
IA Dean, were you involved in the investigation into Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell?
Yes.
When did your involvement in that investigation begin?
It began in late March of 2020.
And what was your initial assignment in that case?
My initial assignment was to review tips submitted by members of the public in response to a press release that was issued by the FBI and the Rexburg Police Department on March 5th of 2020 concerning Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, who were missing at the time. And both Tylee and JJ had been seen at Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September of 2019. And the press release requested that any members of the public who had visited the park that day and had taken pictures or videos during their visit to send those in case they might aid in the investigation.
Did you have any other assignments in support of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
What were they?
I was asked to assist in the review of data extracted from electronic storage devices that had been seized from the residence of Chad Daybell on January 3rd of 2020.
And when did you complete your review of those devices?
In late May of 2020.
Were you asked to review data from any other devices after you had completed those initial reviews?
Yes, I was.
And what were those additional devices you were requested to review?
I was asked to review the contents of 2 Blu-ray discs containing data that was extracted from storage devices that were seized on the same day, January 3rd, 2020, also from Chad Daybell's residence.
And how were they labeled?
A unique FBI specimen number was clearly written on each disc. One disc had the label IWR091201, and the other disc was labeled IWR091202. Also, both discs had clearly written on them the words "working copy."
I-18, I'm quickly going to draw your attention to the second disc. Testified IWR091202. You analyzed that disc?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to attribute that device to a specific user?
Yes, I was.
And who is that?
It belonged to Seth Daybell.
And are you aware throughout your investigation in this case who Seth Daybell is?
Yes.
And who is he?
He is the son of Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell.
Dean, I'm going to draw your attention now to the first disc, IWR091201. Is that the disc that you began reviewing first?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to draw your attention to that device. Through your investigation, did you review a chain of custody document on that specific device?
I did.
To your knowledge, where was that device immediately prior to being provided to you on that disk?
It was with the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Salt Lake City.
Dean, when did you begin your review of that disk?
I began review of that disk on Tuesday, May 26th of 2020.
And can you describe to the jury, please, the process you used in doing that review?
I can. I used a Blu-ray disc reader to open up the disc on my FBI-issued laptop computer. I was able to see that the main file on that disc was named IWR091201, and I copied that folder onto my laptop and began looking through its contents. I located a subfolder with an application file named cellbrightreader.exe and also a UFDR file named IWR091201 report.ufdr. And so I double-clicked on the application file to launch the Cellbright Reader software program. And once it was fully loaded, I used it to open up the report.
And Dean, how does the data appear in Cellbright Reader?
Cellbright Reader organizes a device's data, so meaning all bits of information and files on a device, into categories based on a file's item type. So, for example, some example categories of items would be autofill, contacts, call log, voice calls, SMS messages or text messages, multimedia or MMS messages, and so on and so forth. Those categories are listed or shown in the Cellbrite Reader window on the left-hand side in alphabetical order in a menu. And when you double-click on one of those category names, it opens up a data tab in the main Cellbrite Reader window where it displays all the items that are within that category. And so there is also what's called timeline feature or timeline view, and that enables the review of items from multiple categories by arranging them in chronological order.
And what files types do you typically look at to determine the user of any given device?
Typically, I will look to see if there's a device user listed, and if it's a cell phone, I'll look at the phone number associated with the device or the phone. I'll also look at the content of any communication items that I can find on the device, and also if there's any images on the device, I'll look at those as well to try to determine a primary user.
And Ayadine, did you look at those file types for this device?
Yes, I did.
When reviewing those items, did it become apparent to you what type of device this was and who the user of the device was?
Yes, it did. It was clear to me that I was reviewing a cell phone belonging to Tammy Daybell, who was the wife of Chad Daybell. And that was clear to me for a few reasons.
And can you list those reasons to the jury, please?
I can. First, the device user was listed as Tammy. Second, the phone number associated with the device was the same phone number that appeared on other records and documents obtained in the investigation that was attributing that number to Tammy Daybell. There were incoming messages on the device, so text messages, multimedia messages addressed to Tammy, I should say. And there were outgoing messages on the device that were either introducing herself as Tammy or, in the case of emails, signing off as Tammy.
Ayadine, any posts or photos that you viewed that aided in your belief that this was a device belonging to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, there were. I found device notifications which alerted the user of the phone anytime there was a new Facebook post to a Facebook group named Daybells and Murs. And also, there were communications on the device with members of the Daybell family, including the Daybell children, and all of whom were named as contacts in the device. And the content of those communications suggested that the user of the device had a close family relationship with the Daybell children.
Anything else?
Yes, there were images on the device. There were photographs of Tammy Daybell, both by herself, with Chad Daybell, with their kids, and with their grandkids. And also, I did observe that all outgoing communications from the device, so voice calls, text messages, multimedia messages, there were no outgoing communications after the 18th of October of 2019.
And why is that date significant to you?
It's significant to me because I know that to be the day before first responders discovered Tammy Daybell deceased in her home.
And Ayadine, for the record, do you recall the phone number associated with this device that you have attributed to Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And what is that number?
It is 801-669-4368.
Ayadine, I want to draw your attention now to September 9th of 2019. Did Tammy Daybell's phone receive any text messages that day?
Yes.
Were there any messages sent to Tammy's phone that day that caught your attention?
Yes, there were.
And what was the phone number from which those messages were sent?
208-690-9374.
And was there a contact name stored on the phone for that number?
Yes, there was.
And what was the contact name associated with that number?
Chad.
Hey, Dean, throughout your review of this device, have you reviewed other messages sent by the contact saved as Chad in that specific device?
Yes.
And based on your review of those other messages sent by this phone number, who did you believe that number belonged to?
I believe it belonged to Chad Daybell based on my review of the other messages.
And why is that?
There were several reasons for that. First, the phone number ending in 9374 was a match for the phone number that appeared in other documents and records obtained in the investigation to that point, and associating that number as one of the phone numbers used by Chad Daybell. So that was one indicator. Also, there were group that number ending in 9374 was part of group messages found on the device with members of the Daybell family, so with the Daybell children, and the content of those communications likewise suggested that the user of that number had a close family relationship with the Daybell children. And in addition, there were text messages, or I would say the exchanges between Tammy and the user of this 9374 number indicated that they lived in the same home and that another individual named Garth also lived in the same home.
Hi, Dean. I'm going to draw your attention back to messages sent on September 9th, 2019 from that specific device that caught your attention. Your Honor, may I have the witness behand what has been marked as State's Exhibit 229?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I have provided defense a courtesy copy and the court a courtesy copy as well.
All right. Thank you, Counselor.
I'll give you a moment. Thank you, Dean. Dean, will you look at what has been marked as State's Exhibit 229? What is this?
This is a copy of text messages exchanged between Chad and Tammy on 9th of September 2019.
And how do you know this?
I know because I reviewed these text messages, these same text messages during my review of Tammy's device, Tammy's phone.
And Dean, is it a true and accurate representation of messages you reviewed that were sent on September 9th, 2019, starting at 11:53 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move to admit what has been marked as State's 229.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I can't recall when counsel gave me a copy of this in all my stacks. I don't know where it is. Can I see the exhibit?
Your Honor, I have another copy. It was before lunch. That's fine.
Got it. I found it.
Can I have the extra copy back? Your Honor, the State had moved to admit what has been marked as State's 229.
All right.
I knew that motion.
And is there any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 229 is admitted.
And Your Honor, at this point, I would put it on a duplicate of it on the screen.
I think it's
Light-
working.
Okay, is it working?
I believe so, if you want to publish it.
Your Honor, Honor, do I have permission to publish a duplicate copy that defense has just reviewed?
You have permission to publish the exhibit.
And
not
Your
the
Honor,
copy.
and Your Honor, I guess I'll defer to Mr. Dean if he can read those messages. If not, if he could be provided a courtesy copy that he can read from.
All right, it's on his monitor as well. So I think
Mr. Dean, are you able to read what has been marked as State's Exhibit 229?
Yes.
Okay. Will you please read aloud the messages in this exhibit, including the timestamps and the contact name associated with these messages?
Yes. So starting, first one, 9/9/2019, 11:53:27 a.m. from Chad. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times.
And the next message?
9/9/2019, 11:56:59 a.m. from Chad. Gonna shower now and then go right for a while at BYU. Love you.
And the next, please.
9/9/2019, 2:47:06 p.m. to Chad. Good for you.
And finally, the last message.
9/9/2019, 2:48:20 p.m. from Chad. I'm back home now.
I.A. Dean, why did these messages catch your attention?
The first message in particular stood out to me because it was longer and more detailed than any of the other messages exchanged between Chad and Tammy that I had found or that I would later find on the device. Generally speaking, Chad and Tammy kept their messages relatively short, to the point, and they mostly had to do with financial or logistical issues of day-to-day life, such as picking up or dropping off checks, whether or not food needed to be picked up for animals at the house or at their property, and what time one or the other was planning to get home or planning to leave the house. This message appeared to be the first and only time that I could see from everything on the device wherein Chad texted Tammy a rather detailed and step-by-step explanation of his day's events in sort of a narrative style.
And I.A. Dean, based on your investigation, including your initial assignment in this case, did the date of this message catch your attention?
It did.
Why?
If you recall from earlier in my testimony, my initial assignment for this case was to review tips submitted by members of the public in response to the joint FBI Rexburg PD press release from March 5th of 2020 concerning the whereabouts of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. And both Tylee and JJ had been seen at Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September of 2019, and so that press release was requesting members of the public who were at the park that day and had taken photos or videos to send those in so that they could hopefully aid in the investigation somehow. After reviewing hundreds of tips containing information, photographs, video footage taken from across Yellowstone National Park on or around that date, the 8th of September 2019, I was well aware that that was the last day that Tylee Ryan was seen alive. And so upon reading this text message, sent from Chad, wherein he claims to have built a fire, shot and killed a large animal, and buried it on his property, I became concerned because I recognized that it was sent the day after Tylee Ryan was last seen alive.
And I.A. Dean, what did you do after reviewing this information?
I relayed the information to the case agents.
Thank you. Your Honor, this is all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rammel. Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony of the witness then. Is this witness going to be released from any subpoena, or are they going to be recalled, Mr. Rammel?
Your Honor, the state would move to release this witness from his subpoena.
All right, any objection to that from the defense?
No.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, does the state have a next witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Detective Sergeant Dave Stubbs. While he's coming in, may we have a brief sidebar? I just want a couple housekeeping issues real quick.
Yes. All right, if we're ready to have the, you indicated who the witness is going to be. They could be.
I believe I did, but I'll do it again. Detective Sergeant David Stubbs.
Okay, if the witness can be brought in, we'll have him placed under oath. Before we get started with your testimony, Detective Stubbs, I'll just advise you we're making a court record here, so please avoid talking at the same time anyone else is talking. Make verbal responses to any questions you're asked. And then I'll also inquire and ask, have you reviewed or listened to or in any way seen any of the trial testimony that's taken place so far in this case?
I have not.
Okay, thank you for that. With that in mind then, Ms. Smith, you can inquire of the witness on direct.
As a preliminary matter, Your Honor, the state, well, let me do it this way. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and spell your last name?
Yes. I I am Detective Sergeant David Stubbs with the City of Rexburg Police Department. I spell my last name Stubbs.
And, Your Honor, to ease his testimony and in agreement in part with defense counsel, the state is going to move to admit various certified copies and business records that relate to this and other witnesses' testimonies. And I believe the state has supplied the business records notice to the defense and has supplied notice to the court as is allowed. And so the state's first request would be to admit State's Exhibit 103, the Amazon certified business records received from Amazon involving Alex Cox, and providing information attributable to emails from multiple users. Copy was previously provided to defense counsel, and a courtesy copy was supplied to court.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 103 has been offered. Is there any objection from the defense?
No objection.
All right, 103 is admitted.
Your Honor, the state would next move under the same posture. The state filed the notice for business records and had certified copies supplied to the defense for States 104, the Ballard Insurance Group certified business records involving Chad Daybell.
All right, 104 has been offered. Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
Thank you. 104 is admitted.
Thank you. The state will then move to admit under the same rule that the state supplied the business records notice and supplied the certified copy with the affidavit of the custodian for State's Exhibit 105, which is the Brigham Distributing certified business records for the books and accounting for Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, and Spring Creek Book Company from January 1st, 2019 through July of 2022.
All right, Exhibit 105's been offered. Is there any objection from the defense?
No objection.
105 is admitted.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 106. It is the certified records from the Expedia Group reflecting the travel records and various account records of Lori Vallow.
Any objection on 106?
On these certificates, it's affidavit of records, the actual pages aren't attached to it. I'm just looking at the affidavit of records. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, as we've done with previous, all of these were supplied to you in discovery, but rather than supply tens of thousands of sheets of paper to the jury, we will do the specific pages by each witness, just so that we don't have, there's over 100,000 pages with some of these records, so we are doing the business record certification just like we did with Detective Consitis.
Okay, very good. Yeah, no objection to 106.
Okay.
All right, thank you. 106 is admitted.
The next one is State's Exhibit 107, which are certified Google business records from multiple users and accounts, and was previously supplied by defense counsel.
Exhibit 107 is offered. Is there any objection?
No objection.
That will be admitted.
And the state's next one is State's Exhibit 108, certified business records specifically as to the account associated with tammy.daybell@gmail.com and Fitbit Ulta attributed to Tammy Daybell.
Any objection on Exhibit 108?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. 108 is admitted.
109 is the Hampton Inn certified business records for Alexander Cox and Lori Vallow, dated records for their folio information for those user accounts.
Any objection as to 109?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. 109 is admitted.
Moving forward in the exhibit list, Your Honor, the state is moving to Exhibit 123, which is the certified business records for Rise Broadband for an account attributable to Seth Daybell, but with a service address of 202 North, 1900 East, Rexburg, Idaho.
All right, 123 has been offered. Is there any objection?
No objection.
123 is admitted then.
The next record would be the certified business records from Southwest Life Insurance Company. It is, let me make sure I get the title correctly, Life Insurance Company of Southwest, otherwise known as LSW.
Any objection on, did we get a number on that?
Oh, I apologize, maybe 124?
Thank you. That's Exhibit 124. It's been offered. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
124 is admitted.
The next would be certified business records from T-Mobile for a specific account 965804123.
And what exhibit number is that?
That would be helpful. I apologize, Judge. 125.
125 is offered. Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
125 is admitted.
Okay. The next the state is offering is 126, certified business records and notice for an account with a phone number 208-690-9374.
Any objection as to 126?
No.
Exhibit 126 is admitted.
The next one would be State's Exhibit 127, certified business records from Verizon for multiple phone numbers. Do you want those phone numbers in the record, Judge? Because we have a lot of business, a lot of Verizon accounts.
Not necessarily. If these are previously reviewed with counsel and you believe there's a stipulation, I think that's sufficient to identify it. So 127's offered. Is there any objection to Exhibit 127?
No objection.
All right. Exhibit 127 is admitted.
The next one, and I apologize, apparently they got out of order, would be 120, and I apologize, Judge, for Lincoln National Life Insurance, certified business records.
All right, Exhibit 120 is offered. Is there any objection?
Those are the business records for the life insurance policy for Joe Ryan.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 120 has been admitted.
Next, the state would offer certified business records from Verizon from a search warrant 2019-42.
And what was the exhibit number?
128.
Exhibit 128 is offered. Is there any objection?
No.
All right, 128 has been admitted.
The next would be State's Exhibit 129, certified business records for a search warrant 2020-41.
Any objection as to Exhibit 129?
No.
Exhibit 129 has been admitted.
The next one would be State's Exhibit 130 for additional Verizon certified business records for a search warrant and associated data 2020-47.
Any objection to Exhibit 130?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
The State's Exhibit 131, the business records from Verizon for phone number 801-669-4368, which would be search warrant 2020-14. I believe I said 131, but...
You did.
Okay, sorry.
So Exhibit 131 is offered. Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 131's been admitted.
Okay. The next one is State's Exhibit 132 from Verizon, additional certified business records for cell phones, 20 associated with search warrants, and the phone number 480-341-9585.
All right, that's Exhibit 132 offered. Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 132 has been admitted.
The next one would be State's Exhibit 133, additional certified business records for 4 different phone numbers attributable to and associated with some returns for 2020, search warrant 2020-28.
Any objection as to Exhibit 133?
No, Your Honor.
That exhibit is now admitted.
And then the next would be 131, the certified business records.
Ms. Smith, we've already done 131.
134.
Okay, thank you.
Clearly should have had more coffee at lunch, Judge. I'm sorry. Exhibit 134, the Verizon certified business records for search warrant and 2020-46, and the records for 2 different phone numbers.
Exhibit 134 is offered. Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
That exhibit is admitted.
This would be a certified business records from AT&T for multiple different cell phone numbers associated with this case, and outline in a request 3002081 and previously supplied to Defense Counsel.
And what was the exhibit number for that?
135.
Exhibit 135 is now offered. Is there any objection?
No.
That exhibit's now admitted.
Your Honor, the next one would be State's Exhibit 136, the certified business records associated from CPA Garth Wilcox for the financial books of Chad and Tammy Daybell.
Any objection to 136?
No, Your Honor.
That exhibit is now admitted.
The next would be 137, certified business records from Walmart Pharmacy for information and prescription pharmaceutical records for Tamara Daybell.
Any objection to Exhibit 137?
No.
That exhibit's now admitted.
And Exhibit 138, certified business records from Life Map Assurance, an insurance company attributed to life insurance and payout information related to Tamara Daybell.
All right, Exhibit 138 is offered. Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
138 is admitted.
And then moving forward, is State's Exhibit 143, Amazon Certified Business Records.
Any objection to 143?
Large stack.
Is it just the one page, or is this attached, Counsel?
It was attached. I could see you had the one page. It's the larger stack. It should be attached to it.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, Exhibit 143 is now admitted.
Okay. I think that's all those for now, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I mentioned before, when we have voluminous exhibits that get admitted, this is sometimes a more efficient way to submit those. They will be available for you and your consideration during deliberations, and we appreciate your patience in working through that process, which we need to do orderly to make sure the record of the case is clear. All right, at this time you can inquire on direct then, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Runner. Thank you, Detective Sergeant. Sorry about that. Sir, can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah. I have been involved in law enforcement for the past 30 years. I'm the, if you will, the second line supervisor over the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department. I guess what that means is our detectives, if you will, I assign cases to them. I communicate with them on what they've got going on and so forth and so on to keep things moving smoothly in our division. I am a advanced certificate holder for Idaho Post.
So when you, what is Idaho Post?
Peace Officer Standards and Training, located in Meridian.
So you're a detective sergeant and you're a supervisor. Do you have any specific training in terms of the actual investigative techniques used in your department?
So over the last, I would say about 12 years, I have, if you will, specialized in computer forensics, cell phone forensics, cellular data, cellular locating of cell phones and other electronic devices, anything basically dealing with electronic devices. I have received certificates, trainings, hundreds of hours dealing with these kind of things.
So these kind of things, that means like the collection, the storage, the analysis of evidence obtained from electronic devices?
That would be correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many electronic devices you've looked at, used, and analyzed?
I would have to say hundreds.
Okay.
I can't give you an exact number.
Okay. Now, in addition to your personal investigative work and working in electronic evidence, do you also have supervisory roles that were implicated in a case involving JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. How did you become involved into what ultimately became a homicide investigation into the death of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Okay, so my first involvement with anything to do with the parties involved in this case would have started on November 1st of 2019.
So, and what was that first involvement?
We were contacted, first of all, by Fremont County Sheriff's Office. They were requesting that they had been given information from authorities in Arizona. They were interested in finding and locating, if you will, a gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates that they believed was involved in an attempted shooting in their jurisdiction in Arizona.
So what did you do?
Upon receiving this request, several of our officers went to the address that we were given, which would have been 565 Pioneer Road, more specifically apartment 175, where we attempted to locate the before mentioned Jeep by doing surveillance in that area.
So why did you go to that particular apartment? You said you were given information. What information led you there?
Information that the Jeep, the parties that would be interest in the Jeep were, I believe, 4 individuals that we were given names of. The first being Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Chad Daybell, and Tylee Ryan.
And so were those individuals that people of interest in connection to this Jeep?
Yes.
So once you had those names and that address, what process did you and the people who reported to you follow?
So, as I mentioned, we went to the residence where several of us set up in different locations, doing surveillance on the apartment, hoping to discover the whereabouts of the Jeep, where at that time, throughout the day, we were unable to locate it at that time.
And were you eventually able to locate it?
Not on that date. It was located on November 4th.
So from around November 1st through November 4th, did you also look for the individuals that you were given names of?
Yes.
Okay. Is that commonly called, did you do surveillance looking for those people?
Yes, we did surveillance.
Okay. Did you ever see any of those individuals?
So at one point in the afternoon of that day, I witnessed Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell enter a blue Subaru car and leave the residence. At this time, because we hadn't found the Jeep, our philosophy was maybe if we were to follow them, they would lead us to where the Jeep was located. And so we continued to follow them, hoping to find the Jeep.
And who's we?
So there were different officers throughout the day, but actually the ones who followed them, which ultimately ended us up in the town of Idaho Falls. There was myself, Joe Powell, and that's right there.
Other officers?
Another Fremont officer.
Okay. And so as you followed them, who did you follow?
We followed the blue car, which the occupants were Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Okay. And did you take any photographs of them?
I did. We followed them to Idaho Falls. They made a couple stops, a Mountain America Credit Union, and after they left there, they proceeded through the parking lot to the adjacent business, which would have been Hobby Lobby. And at that time, I parked a short ways away from them, and I watched the two of them exit the car, walk through the parking lot together into Hobby Lobby.
Okay. I had moved my exhibits over there, so let me grab them. So that they're not. And forgive me, I think you said you had made the observations. Did you actually photograph them as well?
Yes, I took some photographs of them walking toward the store.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would request that States Exhibit 36C and B be shown to the witness. Both a courtesy copy has been supplied the court, and a copy has been given to defense counsel as well. It was also previously disclosed to defense counsel.
They can be shown to the witness.
Thank you.
With that, we can't show the jury yet, but do you recognize States Exhibit 36B and C?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What are they?
These would be copies of the photographs that I took of the two individuals entering the store.
Okay, and what date?
This would have been November 1st, 2019.
Okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of States Exhibit 36B and C.
Any objection?
No.
Okay. Exhibits 36B and C are both admitted.
Okay. Request permission to publish, Your Honor.
They may be published.
Confident it's user error, Your Honor?
We'll check. We have had an issue, so let's make sure.
What's that? I don't need the computer. I was just making sure it was. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry, no name. It's not accepting it when I push source. There we go. I just need to be more patient. Let me show you what has been marked is States Exhibit 36B. Can you describe this for us and tell us what your observations were?
Yes, so in this photograph, I was inside of my car. Took this photograph out of my windshield. This would be Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow as they were walking into the store. My observations were they were walking, they were holding hands and at times talking, and I witnessed Lori at times was placing her head on his shoulder as they walked toward the store.
And what are we seeing in 36C?
This would just be as I was approaching them through the parking lot and I was getting closer to them. This is just another photograph of the same as I got closer. They were holding hands and walking into the store as well.
Okay. And at this time on November 1st, did you have an idea as to the nature of the relationship between those two?
I had been told that they had possibly been together.
Okay. And so you indicated that the Jeep itself was later found?
Yes, 3 days later on the 4th, which was a Monday, it was located at that residence, the before-mentioned residence.
In which particular apartment?
In the parking lot outside of apartment 175.
Okay. And when it was located, was that vehicle seized?
Yes, we had been requested to recover the vehicle for Arizona.
Okay. And did the Rexburg Police Department do that?
Yes, we had the vehicle towed to our secure impound lot.
Okay. And who was identified, if you remember, who was identified as the owner of that vehicle?
I believe the owner, at least on the registration, was Joe Ryan and Tylee Ryan.
Okay. And so on November 4th, when the car is towed, did anybody call the police looking for the car?
So from that time until really my next encounter with them, there were no inquiries as to where the car had gone. We had even tried to reach out and say that we had taken the car, but were not able to get a hold of anybody, and nor did anyone inquire that their vehicle was missing.
Okay. And Tylee Ryan was a teenager, and it was known to be her car?
Yes, it was known to be what she would drive.
Okay. Now, you said your next encounter with them. What was the next encounter with them?
So after this encounter involving the Jeep, again on August 26th, we had received information.
I'm sorry, what date?
September 26th. We had received information that a child.
I'll object, Your Honor. Hearsay.
That'll be sustained.
Okay. You said there was another encounter with them, so the Jeep was seized November 4th, and forgive me, I may have misheard. The registered owner on that car was Charles Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
No, I believe it was Joe Ryan and Tylee Ryan.
Okay. And then after November 4th, what was the next contact you had with anyone involved in the group you discussed?
That would have been September 26th.
Okay. September 26th of 2019?
Correct.
Okay. What occurred then?
We had been requested to again go to that particular residence where we were asked to do a welfare check on a child by the name of JJ Vallow. This request was at the request of his grandmother.
Understood. So did that request for the wild child check on JJ Vallow happen before the Jeep was found or after the Jeep was found?
The welfare check was after the Jeep was found.
Okay. And the Jeep was found November 4th?
It was seized November 4th, yes.
Okay. And then the welfare check on the child occurred after that?
Correct.
So that would be November or September, because you were saying September earlier.
It was my mistake. November 26th is when we made that contact.
Okay. And when you say we made that contact, how was contact made?
So, Detective Hermosillo had received the initial request on the welfare check. Detective Hermosillo had gotten with myself in regards to that he had received that request. Being the supervisor, if you will, he would keep us in the loop of.
I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
It does appear that's starting to elicit hearsay.
Your Honor, I'm actually not offering it for the truth of what Hermosillo said, but this caused the detective sergeant to take a particular step, and that makes logical connection to why he made that step.
Okay, fair enough. If the witness can get there without indicating specific statements of others, I think that would be more appropriate.
Okay. After receiving information about proceeding to an address, what did you do?
At some point, myself and Lieutenant Ball went back to that location at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, where we were asked if we could help try and locate Lori Vallow and do a welfare check on her son, JJ Vallow.
Okay. And so when you said you were asked to do that, do you know the basis of that request?
I know that Detective Hermosillo and Detective Hope had gone over that location trying to inquire about JJ. He had.
I'll object, Your Honor.
Yeah, and I can move on. I'm trying to get there. I'll get around it. Thanks. Let me ask it in a different way. So without saying what somebody told you, why did you go to that address at 175?
We were requested to do so to help with locating the child, JJ Vallow.
Is it typical for the lieutenant and the sergeant to go on those calls?
It would be, yes.
Okay. And so once you guys got there, what did you find?
At that time, we made contact, or we knocked on the door of apartment 175 to make contact with Lori Vallow with the objective of doing a welfare check on JJ Vallow.
And once you got to that location, were you able to make contact with Lori Vallow?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And during that contact, were you able to have a conversation with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you wearing any sort of body cam?
I was wearing a body cam, yes.
Okay. And just so that we're all clear, what is a body cam?
Typically, officers, when they're dealing in the course of their job, wear body cams so that encounters that we have with, if you will, the public can be documented for not only the safety of the officer, but the safety of the public we deal with.
And the body cam you were wearing on November 26th, was it on and operating when you made contact with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And in anticipation of testifying today, did you review or prepare and review a thumb drive with a copy of that recording?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that recording, was it a true and accurate copy of the recording of your body cam of your initial contact with Lori Vallow on November 26th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. May I ask that the witness be given State's Exhibit 59, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 59?
I do. It is a flash drive that I prepared with my first encounter body cam. Also has my handwriting on it.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 59.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 59 is admitted.
I request permission to play it for the jurors.
You may. And again, for the record, the exhibit is the thumb drive. It contains that, only the one file on the thumb drive, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
And Ms. Smith, do you happen to know the length of the footage?
I don't want to be wrong. Detective Sergeant, what is it about? How long is it?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Or less.
Thanks. Thank you. think we're ready, Judge. Thanks.
Very well. You can publish that. Yes.
Concerned because it just was kind of weird.
It is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that was here. Obviously, he's kind of my protector. My other brother was in with my husband who was trying to kill me for my $2 million life insurance. So a lot of stuff is going on in this last year. It's been a horrible year for us. I've had to move around. And so I was going to move back to Arizona. But my son back into school there because I tried for his school here, public school in Kennedy. He went for 2 months and tried it, but he had his COVID. Now, the person who called is my sister-in-law, but she's his natural grandmother. He's adopted by us. Okay, so her son, who's a drug addict, had a baby with a girl who's a drug addict, and they took him from, CPS took him, gave him to the grandmother. She came by, and then she wanted us to adopt him, which we did.
By us?
My husband and I, who died earlier this year. He passed away. Since he passed away, she's been trying to fight me for him and being really horrible to me and that kind of stuff. She's kind of a paternal friend.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense.
That's what I mean. The paternal grandmother.
Yes, he has autism and ADHD. He doesn't really talk to people. Like he's very special needs. So I have him in a special needs school there. She was trying to. So what happened was, my husband, who we were married for 18 years and have raised all these 5 kids together, switched his life insurance policy to her, right? To his sister, who got $1 million when he died, and we got nothing. For me to raise JJ, and all the kids got nothing, and everybody got nothing. She got $1 million. So I knew she was going to try to sue me for him, or yeah, she
that's where we're at on the. And then we were just a little weirded out when, you know, and I understand now that we've heard your side of the story.
It's awful. I feel like I'm being tracked all the time. Like, why are police coming to my door? What did I do?
They said you're out visiting two guys, and I was one's your brother.
Who was this? Yeah.
Who was the other one? The other guy didn't listen. There was two. Well, we had two detectives over here trying to.
Looking for you a little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
And they ran into. Well, probably one of your brothers.
My brother and his friend, probably. And then with me. Chad.
Chad Brown.
It's just a mess that is constantly causing me trouble.
Check it. D-A-Y-B-E-L.
He's an author.
Doesn't he live like out in the? He's not the Chatty Bell. Didn't his wife pass away recently? Is that him?
I don't know. But it sounds familiar as an offer.
He's got a couple of daughters. Okay. All right. What? You need anything else? Sorry to bother you.
Thank you.
We don't mean to be a problem.
I'm sorry that people are constantly knocking on my door and looking for me, and I just don't want to be found. So.
I mean, you had problems with that. What we had.
Well, the reason I'm living is because the brother that was going to kill me, that found emails and texts with my ex-husband, my husband at the time, kept showing up here, so he found out where I was, and he was knocking on my door.
No, this was your brother? He showed up here and was knocking on your door.
He lives in Kansas.
And you said something about you were getting threatening emails?
Well, no. Just after my husband passed, I found emails and texts between them that they were planning all this stuff to get rid of me. Well, that's why I'm moving back. And I'm not going to be in a place. I'm going to live with my friend, Melanie. Don't tell anybody her name, because I don't want anything in my name. I put the apartment in my name, but I've been staying over here with my brother because he just about me, so.
Back up. You know, you can call them. Take care of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just, like, it's just a nightmare. I mean, I canceled the insurance policy since my husband passed, so there's no money. What are they going to do with JJ? Like, what do people think?
Yeah.
So.
Well, if you have a problem, so back up to the free calls, we'll come and run him off or something. Okay. All right. Get out of here. Say bye.
Thank you.
See ya.
Not.
So, Detective Sergeant, Judge, at what point do you want to do a lunch break? Do you want me to finish this part? I mean, not lunch break, an mid-afternoon break.
I think anytime now in the next 5 or 10 minutes would be fine, or now if you'd like.
Well, I can finish this section and then there will be another video to play so we can break between the two.
Let's do that.
Okay, thank you, Judge. So what parts of that conversation stood out to you that caused you to take additional steps?
So at this time, when we made this contact with Lori, there were certain things that I knew already. First being that when we addressed Chad Daybell, she referred to Chad as her brother's friend. However, at this time, number one, I had seen the two of them affectionate together in the parking lot of Hobby Lobby. Number two, at this time, we also knew that they had previously been married.
Did anything about any concerns about somebody in the apartment?
So she had stated that Alex, her brother, Alex, was in the apartment. A lot of my attention at that time, if you were to notice the stairwell to my right, I had concern because of what had previously been told to me by other officers about officer safety.
And I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
I'll overrule that.
Okay. What was your concern for officer safety?
As mentioned in the video, Officer Hermosillo and Hope had contacted Chad and Alex outside. They were concerned with the answers that were given to them.
I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
If I can connect, the next question is, what was it about you that led you to be that led you to be concerned for officer safety in the apartment that we saw in the video?
And the only way he can answer that is by referring to what others told him. That's my objection.
All right, there's an objection based on hearsay, or that it would elicit hearsay. What's your response to that, Ms. Smith?
Your Honor, in this instance, the statements go to this witness's state of mind. It also explains some of his observations inside the apartment, and I'm not technically offering it for the truth of what Detective Hermosillo said, is to explain what his observations were and his reaction to the situation he was in inside that apartment.
All right. The court does find that in this instance the hearsay objection will be overruled based on the response of the state, so you can re-ask the question if you want, or if the detective remembers, he can answer.
Okay. Do you remember the question?
Why don't you refresh my memory?
What information did you have that led you to be concerned for officer safety?
Well, not only were we dealing with a situation where one of these individuals possibly was involved in an attempted shooting in Arizona, was one of our concerns for officer safety. And number two, statements made to us that the individuals were being evasive and lying. Also, as officers, heightened our awareness of our own safety.
So while you were in there, you mentioned something about observations of the stairs. What were your observations of the stairs?
Well, one of the other odd things that I felt at that time, Lori said that her brother was there. And I found it odd that where he had been talked to just minutes earlier, that he wouldn't come down or if he was there, engage in this conversation. But my attention was drawn because at the top of the stairs, I could see movement, whether there was a window or a light that was reflecting, and I could see movement as it moved back and forth off the reflection of a wall. And at that time, I was concerned for safety if someone was to come down and try and surprise us.
And so at the end of the conversation, there was something about follow-up that was going to be done? When you left Lori Vallow's apartment that day at that first visit, what information, where is law enforcement going to act on?
So she expressed when we talked to her that she had given the information by phone to one of my coworkers to how to contact her friend Melanie Gibb, who she claimed JJ was with, and work out some kind of a welfare check so we could check on the safety of the child.
And so at that point, that's when you and Lieutenant Ball, and who else was in that video from the law enforcement end?
That would have been Officer Kellen Wetton.
Okay. So that's when you, Officer Wetton, and Lieutenant Ball left under the belief that there was going to be contact with Melanie Gibb?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this would be I have another video after this, so.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. We did take a fairly long lunch, so we'll try to shorten this one up if we can somewhat, but it does take time to get all of our jurors situated and comfortable to return, so we'll come back in just hopefully 15 minutes or so.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we can have the jurors return.
Judge, while the jurors are coming in, I ask the bailiff to give him the next exhibit, just
Okay.
that way it's up there?
That's fine. Thank you.
He won't open it until. Oh, those can go to the clerk. I think we're done with those. No, those we can publish another time.
All right, please. Here's our present count for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. I'll remind the witness, Detective Stubbs, you're still under oath for your testimony. We took our mid-afternoon break, and we'll continue with your direct examination at this time, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Sergeant, did you end up going back to Lori Vallow's apartment that day?
Yes.
Okay, and that was, to be clear, November 26th?
November 26th, 2019.
Okay. And why did you go back to Lori Vallow's apartment?
So in our original encounter, as you saw in the previous video, she had said that she talked with one of our detectives and was arranging a conversation with Melanie Gibb with us concerning the welfare of JJ Vallow. At this point, we weren't able to get a hold of Melanie Gibb. She wasn't answering her phone, and the other detective advised us that she wasn't answering. So we decided to return to her apartment.
And so was that also on body cam?
Yes.
All right. And will you take a look at what's been given to you as State's Exhibit 60? Have you looked at that?
I have looked at this.
Okay. What is it?
It's a USB flash drive containing the second encounter with my body cam when we went back the second time to Lori's residence.
Okay. On November 26th?
Correct.
And you prepared that exhibit, and it's the same exhibit you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. Move for the admission of State's Exhibit 60.
Any objection to Exhibit 60?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 60 is admitted.
And I request permission to publish, Your Honor.
You can publish it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Apparently the computer freezes for me, but not for Mr. Rammel, so I'm going to ask him to do it. They like him better. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Melanie is the friend.
Wasn't Melanie supposed to be her daughter or his daughter?
No, this was the friend that she's going back down to live with, she said.
She's got a number.
Let's just see if she will call and have Melanie get a hold of Hope and just do a verification. Because apparently she's not answering the phone down there. please call back the officer that's been trained to call you?
Sure.
Just,
Yeah, 'cause I think they are in the movies right now.
okay, he's been trying to call her or other officer. She's not answering. But if they're at the movie, that's
Probably at Frozen too right now.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing you wanted to do.
I'm frozen too.
yeah.
I don't know if I can handle a whole picture here.
Yeah. So if she'll just return his call, that'd be great. Okay. Thanks. Yes, sir.
So, Detective Sergeant, after that conversation with her, what was the next involvement that you or officers had? What was your next involvement after that conversation?
As far as that day?
That day.
I'm sorry?
That day?
That was our last encounter with her that day, yes.
Did you have any contact with her after that?
No.
Okay. And then what steps, if any, did your department take in response to that visit?
Well, due to the information she provided to us this day, we were able to get a hold of Melanie Gibb, later that afternoon, evening. She advised us that she did not have JJ, she was not in Arizona, and they had not been to the movies. She said she was currently.
I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Sustained.
So did the conversation with Melanie Gibb, let's do this. So given some of the information that you had, did you assess the statements that Lori Vallow made to law enforcement that day?
Yes.
Did you find any of those statements, were they by and large accurate or were they by and large inaccurate?
By and large, inaccurate.
How so?
She had stated JJ was in Arizona. He was not.
And I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay. The only way he can answer that is with hearsay.
He's talking about the defendant's statements, Your Honor.
That's what I understood also. Those are the statements of a party opponent, so the hearsay objection's overruled. Okay. Maybe the witness could clarify who's making the statement.
Okay. So what statements of Lori Vallow did you find inaccurate?
Lori had told us that her son JJ was in Arizona. Lori Vallow had told us that her daughter was attending BYU, Idaho.
Did you have any information about her relationship with Chad Daybell, and was that consistent or inconsistent with what she told you?
Like I before mentioned, we already knew that her and Chad were married at that time.
Did you do any research into whether somebody had traveled to Rexburg in an attempt to kill her?
Yes, Lori stated to us that her brother had come to Rexburg to her apartment in an attempt to kill her for a life insurance policy.
Did your investigation reveal whether or not that brother had ever even been in Rexburg?
And I'll object. The only way to answer that is through hearsay.
That's sustained.
Okay. Did you investigate the various statements that Lori Vallow made, and did your investigation into those statements result in you and members of your office department taking steps?
Yes.
Okay. So what statements were investigated that Lori Vallow, what additional statements were investigated that Lori Vallow made to you?
If I'm understanding your question, statements of her life being in danger were looked into.
Did you find any evidence to substantiate that?
We did not.
Okay. Did you look into whether Tylee Ryan ever enrolled at BYU?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence to find that Tylee Ryan enrolled at BYU?
No.
Did you look into whether she was enrolling JJ in a special needs school in Arizona?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence to say that she had in fact re-enrolled JJ down in Arizona in a special needs school?
We did not.
Did you find any evidence in response to her statement that the principal had to drag JJ into the school in Rexburg?
Yes.
Okay, so the principal had to drag. Did you find evidence to substantiate that JJ had to be drugged into school in Rexburg?
Sorry, I must have misunderstood. We did look into it, and we found no evidence that that was the case.
Okay. And did you look into where Melanie Gibb was located at the time the defendant was claiming she was in Arizona with JJ?
Yes.
Did you find whether or not that was true, that Melanie Gibb was actually in Arizona?
I'll object. The only way to answer that is through hearsay.
I'll overrule that objection.
Okay.
Will you ask that again, please?
Absolutely. Did you find evidence to show that Melanie Gibb was in Arizona at the time Lori Vallow claimed that Melanie Gibb was in Arizona?
She was not in Arizona.
Okay. So given these various statements, did you also consider the connection to the Jeep that was wanted from Arizona in making any decisions? So
Can you rephrase that
I know there was
question?
there was coughing. Did you consider the factor that the Jeep was wanted in connection to an attempted homicide in Arizona in connection to your analysis of Lori Vallow's statements?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did looking at that analysis and investigation lead your department to make any investigative decisions?
Yes, at this time.
What did you guys decide to do about this stuff?
Due to the facts that we had discovered, which a lot of those were discovered later that evening, an effort was made to obtain a search warrant to go back to the residence and search the residence for evidence of JJ Vallow.
Okay. So did your department obtain that search warrant as to the apartments on Pioneer Road?
Yes, warrants were obtained for 3 different apartments in that complex.
And what was your role in the execution of that search warrant or search warrants?
Again, I was assisting officers to search those residents for evidence of JJ Vallow. Part of my role was I did take video footage once the apartments were gone into and that they were, if you will, cleared of any danger. I went in and documented apartments 174 and 175 with video footage.
All May I ask that the witness be given State's Exhibit 7J, a copy of his footage?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Is 7J a copy of your footage and recording of the recording that you did November 27th, 2020 of the apartments 175?
Of 2019, yes.
Okay. You move for the admission of State's Exhibit. It's 7J, Your Honor.
Any objection to 7J being admitted?
No.
All right, Exhibit 7J is admitted.
And I'm going to request permission to publish this, Your Honor.
It can be published.
Thank you. I'm going to close this real quick.
I'm videoing. I'm doing the whole house. Okay, this is the search warrant on part number 175. 175. Took into the front door. This is the front room. Scanner. This is the damage to the door upon a no-knock entry warrant. Door. Here's the door jamb. The kitchen area. There was front arrival keys that had been left on the counter. A envelope from Amazon. This was on the front porch to Lori Vallow, 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175, Richmond, Idaho. Kitchen, pantry, half bath, garage leading to the door leading out to the garage. This area, couches, tables, guns located in this area. Sorry, Sean. I'm going that way, Rob. Staircase going up to the second level of 175. To the left, at the top of the landing, is a master bedroom. Bed. A bath and closet area. On entering, no clothing left in this closet, shower. Looks like there was some electronic devices fingerprints, name prints. What appears to be computers. Here's a printer. On this printer is a lease agreement. Looks like executed on October 1st, 2019. And it says a Lori Vallow, R-V-A-N, as the leaser. Coming out of master bedroom, hall adjoining a laundry room to the right. Continuing down the hall to the left, a furnace, water heater, closet. Opposite that is a bathroom. Continuing down the hall, 2 bedrooms. One to the south, one to the north of the hallway. This is the one to the south. A single bed, a double bed, a closet containing a couple coats, 1 empty box, a fan, some empty hangers, what appears to be a bedspread, and this box here that appears to have possibly winter clothes, female winter clothes inside. Continuing to the other bedroom, we have, this is the one to the north. We have a bed, appears to be some bedding on the floor. We have 3 cases here, all containing guitars. Looks like a duffel bag full of toiletry items that would appear to be belong to a male subject due to the cologne and so forth inside. This closet is also fairly barren. Looks like there are 2 samurai swords inside the closet, empty laundry basket, another basket containing some odds and ends of some sort. Nothing else in this room. That is the entire aspect of the home. I'm videoing.
Your Honor, we're happy to keep going, whatever the court's intention is. This officer did numerous electronic search warrants. So you tell me how you want to proceed now. We'll, of course, do it.
All right. Well, I know we aren't going to be on tomorrow. However, I still want to keep with our trial calendar. So we are at that time. I would suggest we'll adjourn if this is a good time in your examination to do so.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then we will go ahead and resume again on Monday. And with the 3 days now, again, I'll tell you specifically, as I've told you every day before, please follow the court's admonishment to not talk about this case with anyone else or amongst yourselves while you're on this break. Please do not do anything to investigate the case. Don't look up any of the news coverage of the case. Don't follow any stories that are reporting on the case. I very much appreciate how you have continued to follow this admonishment every single day, every one of you. Your jury service is greatly appreciated by the court and by the parties. So with that in mind, we will recess for the day and we'll resume again at 8:30 on Monday for what I believe should be a full trial next week. Full week of trial, I should say, next week. So with that in mind, we'll adjourn for the day.
All right, please.
All right, thank you, counsel. We have a quick question on one of the exhibits we'll just address with you before you leave for the day. If you'll spend a moment, the clerk can explain. Thank you.
That's fine.
Sorry.